Thanks for joining us for this May meeting. This is a usual meeting for the Network Advisory Council. One of the top priorities for this meeting is a discussion of the FY21 library development budget for the state library. Well, we'll discuss our LSTA award for the coming year, as well as coal severance tax funds. Of course, it's unusual for us to be meeting in this kind of format. I hope everyone is getting comfortable both using Zoom as well as using the chat. The meeting is being recorded. So we look forward to some good discussions today. I'm going to start with introductions, and I'm just going to follow the list of committee members that's found on the Network Advisory Council page. And I am not sharing a screen. I don't know if Tracy has the ability to share a screen, but just following that list. Again, I'm Jenny Stapp, the state librarian and chair of the Network Advisory Council. Thanks, Tracy. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Tracy Cook with the Montana State Library.
Hi, this is Kara from the State Library.
Looks like we need someone to mute yourself.
I'm trying.
Oh, sorry, Bruce.
Yeah, it took me to another screen. There, much better.
Excellent.
Weird. Now it took me to another screen and I can't get back. I can't get back.
We can see you if that helps.
Well, I don't know if it helps you. It's I'm going to leave and rejoin.
Okay.
All right. And Jenny, I don't believe Cody Allen is on yet, and Colette sent her regrets.
Okay. Pamela.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, I was muted. Good morning. This is Pamela. I'm with Trails.
Hi, this is Honor. And I think I'm next, yeah. And I'm at the Missoula Public Library.
Thanks, Nor.
And
I
then,
think we have Barry. I saw Eva.
This is Eva. I am at Ani Nakota College. I am the Tribal Libraries representative, and this is my last meeting. I've aged out.
Thanks, Eva. Thank you for all your service. This is Eva's last meeting, and I'm happy to announce that Joy Bridwell is going to be taking Eva's seat as the tribal representative in the future.
Yay.
and I do not see Catherine.
And I believe Teresa is actually on another meeting today. They're evaluating the responses to the RFP for
Oh, I'm actually here.
Oh, hi, Teresa.
Hi. And I'm here in place of Barry since he's acting dean right now. He's got many responsibilities happening, so.
And will you be joining the group that's looking at the RFPs for the Montana Memory Project?
I don't think so. I wasn't aware that I was anyway.
Okay, all right.
Wendy is joining us from U of M to do that,
Oh,
Wendy Walker.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And I don't see Sarah yet, but Susie is here.
I'm Susie McIntyre. I am from the Great Falls Public Library. I'm a member at large.
Stacy Moore, Small Public Libraries, Fallon County Library.
Bruce Newell with the State Library Commission.
Kate Peterson. I am a librarian at Helena High School and I represent large school libraries.
Linda Potter, and I am with the small academic libraries. Sorry, this is Dorlyn Rossman. I'm with Montana State University in Bozeman.
Nancy Schmidt at the Laurel Public Library. I represent the Federation coordinators.
Jody Smiley, and I am from Boulder Community Library representing medium-sized public libraries.
I'm Kit Stevenson from Bozeman Public Library, and I represent the MLA board, and this is my first meeting.
Welcome, Kit. Thanks for joining us. We're glad to have you.
Thanks.
And then we have some additional staff and guests. Amelia, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Amelia Kim. I am the lifelong learning librarian at the State Library.
Jennifer?
I'm Jennifer Burnell. I'm the director of the Montana Memory Project at the State Library.
Marilyn?
Hi, I'm Marilyn Bennett, and I'm the Outreach and Digital Resources Librarian at the Montana State Library.
Marlis?
Sure, I'm Marlis Stark with the State Library, and I'm just sneaking in.
Suzanne?
Suzanne Reimer, and I can actually change my name so it says Suzanne rather than my lovely email address. Suzanne Reimer, I'm a statewide consulting librarian with Montana State Library.
Jessica?
Jessica Edwards, data coordinator at the State Library.
And we also have a guest, Ann Booth, who's under contract working on our economic development program. Ann, do you want to introduce yourself? Welcome.
Thank you. I had to unmute myself. Glad to be here. It's fun to hear where everyone's from and what your representative is. So we'll chat later in the agenda.
Great. Did I miss anyone? All right. The first order of business is approval of your April 23rd meeting minutes. Your March 12th minutes are available for your review. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes from your April 23rd meeting?
I would make a motion to accept the minutes as they stand.
Thanks, Honor. Is there a second?
I'll second. That's Susie.
Thanks, Susie. Any additional discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The minutes are approved. And just an update for you on the recommendations that you made at your April 23rd meeting. Again, that meeting was a discussion of the CARES Act funds that the State Library received and recommendations of how to spend those funds. Your recommendations were taken to the State Library Commission at a meeting on April 27th, where the Commission took action to approve those recommendations as recommended by this Council. And I'm very pleased to update you on the progress of those efforts. We are under contract with Read Squared, and I understand we have 20 libraries that have already signed up for that program and are going through training. There's a couple more training opportunities available, and Amelia is continuing to work to add additional libraries to that contract. Again, we can allow up to 40 libraries to participate in that program. We've also been rolling out more funds for Montana Library to Go. There was an earlier discussion before the meeting about all of the additional content that's now becoming available in Montana Library to Go, and I know patrons are grateful for that. we have begun a significant rollout of the mobile hotspot program. I believe about 40 libraries have already started to receive their mobile hotspots, so that program is well under development. And then we're working with Jim Simmelroth. Some of you know Jim from his work with the Missoula Public Library, to identify and finalize procurements to help those libraries in greatest need for improvements for their technology to support internet access and Wi-Fi specifically. So we're already well into rolling out those projects based on the recommendations of the Advisory Council and approval from the Commission. Any questions about that work?
Our hotspots came yesterday, so we're very excited. Thank you.
Oh, that's great, Hanor. And I want to welcome Joe Flick, who's joined us. Has anybody else joined us? The next item on the agenda is a discussion about our economic development consulting work that Amelia has been working on. We're very pleased to have a contract with Ann Booth. So Ann and Amelia, I'll turn things over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, this is Amelia. I've been really happy working with Ann and learning a lot about economic development myself. Ann is a wealth of knowledge, and she's already made a lot of really great connections. So I told her about this meeting and told her about meeting all of you, and for us to just kind of summarize all the things that we've talked about. And Ann was wonderful enough to do that in this great document that kind of outlines a lot of the things that we've been touching upon in our discussion. So a lot of these things are still sort of ideas, and we're kind of exploring and we're brainstorming. And Ann's going to talk a little bit more about each of them. But we would really love to know which ones really resonate with you all, which ones we should maybe focus more on, and we'd love any feedback that you have. Again, we're still sort of in discussion. There's so many different ways to go with this project, and there's a lot of really exciting things that are out there. But I'll turn it over to Ann at this point so she can talk about things in more detail.
Thanks, and it's been really great to work with Amelia. You have a great person there, and getting to know her, we do weekly Zoom chats, and it's been a wonderful learning experience for me. Really, when I look at this long list of professionals in the library and then in the State Library Association, Eva, you're the only one I know, and you're leaving. So thank you for the warm welcome. I have really enjoyed learning about the State Library and all of your different programs. Very impressed with how you communicate and network with each other, and really how you handled all of the COVID responses. So kudos to all of you. I may understand economic development, but when I look at libraries, a lot of you are already doing a lot of the things that we've been talking about. So please share with us, what's working better with you and where some issues are, or what we could fine tune, or what some recommendations would be. The categories, I guess, within my contract are kind of the large modules on the left of this paper, and maybe relabeled a little bit, but professional development, and I think that that's just an opportunity for you and state librarians, staff across the state, to learn a little bit about economic development. We did do a webinar. It was, of course, during kind of the onset of COVID and an overwhelming agenda of webinars that we were all trying to keep track of. So it's recorded if you'd like to look at it. feel free to give me, shoot me an email. I try to just work mornings, so I'm easier to contact then. The one things that we're looking at doing particularly is what we've heard is you all do strategic planning very well, but there's an awful lot of strategic planning that goes on in each and everyone's communities regarding economic development. So we're going to put together assemble those documents so that everybody can kind of understand the needs and priorities within their own communities. I think that gives you the best way to look at what the broader needs are. And there may be things identified within your local community already that you can say, oh, I'm doing that, I need to tell them, or I can do that better. The other aspect that I've really honed in on is outreach and partnership. There's some exciting things going on in the state right now, and I'm not going to go through this list by list. So if you see something that piques your interest, please just shout out and let me know, and we can talk about it. In outreach, I have spoken, initially I did a survey. I'm part of the Montana Economic Developers Association, and thanks for allowing me to be first on your agenda this morning, because that group is also holding their spring conference virtually today. So I want to jump in on that as well. But we did a survey of META members, and so those are economic developers across the state. We didn't get very good response. It was kind of that first part of COVID, and as you can all remember, we were all on overload and we were not really figuring out where we needed to be. So, but the responses we did get were very good. And any communications that I've had with different potential partners across the state have been very, very positive. There is not one entity that wouldn't love to partner with libraries across the state and with the state library group. They truly understand the work that you do on the ground and that you're in the communities, and they really see that as a gap in what they do a lot of times. We have many regional economic development groups or agency groups, and they have a hard time meeting those grassroots needs. So if we can somehow encourage libraries to help facilitate that, and many of you are already doing that, especially some of the urban areas, I think that they really see an opportunity there. We have, Montana State University, and I highlighted whoever's from MSU. I definitely would like to chat with you, but we've had good conversations with MSU Extension. They truly would like to partner at some level with the State Library Group. Amelia has been doing a really good job keeping track of some of the workforce issues with the Department of Labor, and actually discovered a library connected program that the Montana Department of Labor really didn't know that was going on. So, there's just some really innovative and creative things that we're talking about, and hopefully we can work that into a good work plan. Accelerate Montana, which is at the University of Montana, they are very excited to partner with us in small ways with any of our programming. Many of you have heard we had a plea to help maybe the SBA and the SBDCs with some immediate needs in getting messages and information out there about the CARES Act. Some of that has kind of calmed down, but they really were trying to figure out how to best contact people, especially in remote rural communities that maybe don't have good internet access. And that really has been the way they've been communicating with people, but they realize that people, depend on libraries a lot of times for that access. Just some other good relationships, I guess. Looking at your agenda today and your budgeting process, one thing I want to share with you is it's called the Next Gen Project, and it's being sponsored by Montana Economic Developers Association, so MEDA, and the Montana Chamber Foundation, and then it has like 60 other supporting entities, and they actually hired a consultant, and they are actually currently right now assessing economic development programs across the state. And the MEDA board has been very involved in that. I had, on your behalf, met with the consultants for that project for a couple hours in a phone interview, and we just talked about a lot of the possibilities, and that has kind of created its own identity. And so I think it's very exciting, but I also want to encourage you to maybe be aware of that. MEDA looks at this Next Gen project as their next agenda to the legislature for funding for programs. What mechanisms, what programs, and if there is some way for the Montana Library Group to be included or involved in that, take an active role, it may come back as a benefit within your budget. No guarantees. We all know the budget's going to be really difficult, but I think whenever you look at funding for any type of program, they all want collaborators. And I think you are a natural collaborator in many of those projects. So I think that's something we really want to pay attention to and see where the library might fit. I think it could be exciting. It's an ongoing process, and actually MEDA is reporting the initial phase of that out this afternoon at their conference. So I will report back. I think there will be opportunity. I'm assuming there'll be maybe cluster groups or working groups within that effort, and would like you to, I'll keep you abreast. And if there's something in there that you might be interested in, please let's figure that out, see how we can be involved. So community and economic development programming, Amelia talked a little bit. We have really talked about hundreds of things. We're still looking at models of other states and other libraries. There's some wonderful things already going on in the state. What Kalispell is doing, some of the larger libraries. I know that Billings and Bozeman will have some wonderful programming, Kalispell. So if we can take pieces of that and make it better maybe in some aspects and more coordinated. I think the one thing, going back kind of to outreach and partnerships, libraries are already doing wonderful things. I think you need to be, there needs to be more awareness of that. So that's one thing we've talked about in the outreach and partnering, is making sure that each library feels comfortable doing a local press release. If you have a new program, let's make sure you get the credit and the acknowledgement that you deserve. So some of the initial things we're going to work on, still putting together kind of this business resource center, and it'll just be a model, but we welcome your input. Amelia's put together some interested parties in that first brush, and we will be talking that through a little more. Technology investment and models and funding options, those are all still, I just haven't touched a whole lot into those. I think they will come. There's tremendous examples out there that we can use as models. And I think the funding options then come from those. I think there's tremendous opportunity. It's just figuring out how it all fits together. So with that, I'm going to quit. I'm looking at my time. Questions, please. Concerns, anything you have, I welcome. Amelia, anything to add?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I think you covered a lot of the stuff that we've talked about. I did stick into the chat box a few. Every time I talk with Anne, I always take notes because there's so many abbreviations and acronyms and stuff. So when Anne was talking about the strategic planning, she let me know about CEDS, which are community economic development strategies, which I didn't know existed and were a thing. So it's not like every single community, but I think they're done by region. So that was just something that I found interesting to look at, to see what the actual economic development priorities were in different regions. I also linked the webinar that Anne hosted, as well as what SBA and SBDC are, and also the Next Generation project. So.
Amelia. Yeah, I think they're all, it's been a very positive response. People are very more aware of what you do than I think and very complimentary and very willing to collaborate. They just see a great advantage to working with all of you. And I think making that more formal, and that's some of the conversations I've had, is how do we make that more formal without making it scary, making it acceptable to a broad sense of folks, and yet ensuring that there's follow-up and guidance throughout that process. So.
And there is also just, and I'm sure you all know and are aware just based on the listservs that we're all subscribed to and stuff, but there's, in the library world and the non-library world, a lot of discussion about economic recovery, about the incoming recession that's kind of already here, just the impacts of COVID. There's already a few libraries who have said that they're interested in working on this and doing some specific programs, which is great. And we definitely, like, if you're interested in something and it's not on here, like, please do let us know, and we can also work with you and develop something separately. I mean, even with the program ideas that we've come up with, like, I think we've realized that each library is going to have a very unique approach to it. And so, we have this general idea, but we're also trying to make sure that it fits with each location. Yeah, so please do let us know if you have any questions or any feedback. And is it okay if I drop your email, or if you want to type your email into the chat box?
Sure.
And if people would like to connect with Anne, please do. And you're also always welcome to reach out to me as well too.
And I just want to say how grateful we are to have you working with us. The idea, the recommendations to go down this path came from this Network Advisory Council. And I think and hope the rest of the council members will agree that having someone with your kind of expertise is really what's necessary for us as libraries to really begin to engage more directly with the economic development community. So thank you so much for bringing that expertise and that kind of engagement. That's really exactly what we were looking for and hoping for.
Thank you. I don't know that it's so much expertise, but I've been around long enough that I know pretty much everybody. So, and it's funny how we all circle back in a different role. So it's, and it's been good for me to stay in the loop a little bit. I've truly enjoyed learning more about libraries. So thank you.
I do have one question for you, and probably for Amelia as well, as we get into the discussion a little bit later in the agenda about the library development budget for next fiscal year. In the recommendation from the State Library is a continuation of funding for the economic development work. And I wonder if either of you could touch on how you think that funding might be best invested.
Well, some of the things that we have talked about, there's been a few webinars that I've looked at and that we've looked at regarding this Business Information Center and Business Resource Center, and the kinds of the libraries that have specific business outreach librarians, which I don't think that's something that we necessarily need to have. I don't think we have to have a designated staff person. But the kinds of resources that people have are things like Reference USA. So I've inquired a little bit into, you know, how much would this cost? Which the answer, unsurprisingly, was prohibitive. But for, especially as we're starting off with the initial group of libraries who said that they were interested, trying out certain resources and seeing what the community uses and how they might use it, starting off small with those kinds of resources is one way that I could easily think of to use up money. But so that's one thing that we've discussed, and I mean, some of these resources are you kind of just have to pay to use them. So that's one idea. There's always the idea of space and technology and kind of the hardware stuff. But as Anne and I have talked, I think just personally I've realized how much my thinking is a lot on like, okay, where are we going to find this money to do these things? And I think Anne's been really great about encouraging me to think more about where can we find other people who have this money to do these things, which I think is still just not something that I initially jumped to. And so Anne's been great about encouraging me to look at DLI, at the Department of Commerce, at this Next Generation project, and these organizations that I didn't really know much about, and approaching things from that lens as well. So I guess we don't have super specific things to spend money on. Though, as I said, the main thing that jumped out was Reference USA and some of the business focused and economic development resources and subscriptions. But yeah.
I think too, if we're looking at a physical presence, I think it's important, and maybe you have this capacity within your staff now, but some kind of branded, you don't just want it to be an SBA, which is Small Business Administration Center. You want it to be a Montana State Library. So maybe you need a tagline, maybe you need, I think there needs, and that can be that's not a huge dollar item. It's probably something we can do internally, but I think that adds to your outreach and marketing. It just take the ownership of it. And yet anything that goes into it, the materials, I think is going to be, it's all free. It's, they're going to be excited to drop materials, within this center. The one thing I think, if you partnered with the SBDC in some of this, a private workspace area that would be confidential, that was one need they talked about, especially as COVID impacts continue, is how do they meet with clients? Because typically one SBDC staffer will travel, as many as 10 counties. And so by saving drive time, if they can do that virtually in a confidential setting, but then you run into those issues of, is this person really able to manage a Zoom meeting, get it set up and go, and can they share documents? Where that goes, I don't know. But that might be something we could partner with those entities to fund that little niche. So I don't know.
But you know, Jenny, if the NAC decides to bequeath us money, I don't think we would refuse.
It's always good to go into something with a little match.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, if you really wanted to do libraries as launch pads, Innovate Montana, Carl at the University of Montana was very excited. He said, oh, there's tons of money out there for that kind of stuff. We could really partner with you in a huge project. And I said, let's back it down. Let's look at, start with a 5 model, it can't just be thrown out across the state. It has to be something reasonable and grow as you are able. But so those kind of things, might be out. And I think within this next gen document, as soon as that's released, I think that, there may be partnerships that we don't know about. I think they've been talking about relationships with libraries beyond my knowledge. I keep hearing little bits and pieces and I'm like, oh, I never talked to that person. So you all are making a big influence out there as well.
My other question is whether or not you have a sense of how ready libraries are to begin thinking about these kinds of opportunities. Have you gotten any feedback yet from libraries that have started thinking about this Launchpad idea? Or I know Amelia's starting to hear about interest in the SBAs and doing that kind of work. If you could just share with the council some of that kind of feedback.
Do you want to do Sam or should I?
I'll say a little bit, I guess, just in my naiveness. I really didn't understand how. I know that libraries are individual libraries, like, the Phillips County Library is funded, the majority of their funds come through local government. And so they are, maintain their own identity and their own priorities. I guess my question is, if the Montana State Library adopts a general program, and yet each library picks and chooses, that's something I'd like to learn more about. And Amelia and I just started that conversation because we had minimal, I thought, response to the small business stations, but it's such a difficult time right now. Everybody's scrambling to reopen and understand where they're at. So, and we don't have a very good plan at this point, but I think it's been, I guess I need to better approach it. So Amelia, take over. I'm not really sure what to say next.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, specifically for the libraries as launchpads idea, Jenny, and I've included the link to the libraries as launchpads website if people want to take a look at that. I forget what state it is from. Someplace southwesty, I want to say. Was it New Mexico?
Maybe so.
Yeah. So this particular idea, Anne and I have talked about this, and this sounds super, super cool. And it's a mixture of like that business information center idea that Anne and I are trying to do right now, as well as like providing training and classes and like more intensive work with patrons. And in New Mexico, the libraries are working with this company, Creative Startups. And I think in the beginning, Creative Startups was providing the training part. So they have a specific like 10-week course that people can go through where they have an idea and they go through it. They create a business plan. They talk about what you need for a loan, for like all the kinds of decisions, so that people at the end can definitively say, yes, I do want to start a business, or no, that was actually a terrible idea And I'm glad that I didn't dump all my life savings into this before thinking it through. And so that part, I think, it sounds like it's had a lot of really, really great effects, but they're only now just starting to train the librarians in providing that content themselves as well. I think they were able to partner with creative startups, and then creative startups was willing to provide. I think they already had that curriculum in place, so it was just a matter of transplanting that into the libraries. So we haven't looked super specifically at a parallel organization here in Montana, but if we do find one, that is something that we could potentially do.
Yeah, there's, Blackstone Launchpad is kind of a moving, they're based within the universities, and they look a lot at tech type startups, but Innovate Montana, Accelerate Montana, that's the top, that's a relatively new group based in the University of Montana. So some way we could mesh, UM and MSU and their programs to provide the curriculum for those kind of programs.
Mm-hmm.
And the libraries, and I guess those are things that libraries would need to look at. Are you just the host site, or do you have an active role?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is Bruce. I wonder if any members of the NAC have had members of their community, either the governmental or business members of your community, come up and say, I wish the library would do X. And if that has happened, what is X?
Some have. We've heard from some of those. One of my conversations in the outreach initially is that libraries, I would encourage libraries to host that type of meeting, showcase your library and invite those local folks in and ask that question.
And
please, anybody?
This is Kit from Bozeman Public Library. We have partnered with Blackstone and our local SBA coordinator to do things in the library. They come in and we make appointments with them, and then they come in and we'll have one-on-one appointments with folks in the community. This was when we had a Vista position that was trying to build capacity for us to continue that. And unfortunately, when he left, we did have to kind of take a big step back. But we are still working with them when we get requests for those meetings on our website. I forward them to Blackstone and SBA, and they'll take it over. So, and then sometimes they do meet in the library, which is great.
Jenny, did I actually answer your initial question? I can't quite remember if I did or not.
Yeah, Amelia, I think you and Anne did a great job. I wanted to just kind of touch back on sort of Anne's musings about the state library versus individual libraries a little bit. One of the things that we really strive to do are to create model programs. So whether it's a model that's based on the Launchpad idea or things coming out of the universities, or maybe a combination of those kinds of models that is something that would be really adaptable in Montana, we try to envision what that could look like and give libraries options for how they could adopt those kinds of models in their local libraries and adapt them for their local communities with those kinds of local resources, and then really try to understand what kinds of needs a library would have in order to effectively implement those kinds of models and work to then fill those gaps, if you will, whether it's technology or space or training, professional development training for the librarians and so forth. And we try to think about it in terms of scale, where if a librarian doesn't have to do that research to understand what kinds of economic development models might exist, that they can have some model options or a menu of model options. They can think about how they could adapt those for those kinds of local needs.
I like your comment about the model program. We have, Amelia and I have talked a lot about kind of creating this toolkit. I think it's important that we make it as easy as the local librarian to access the right information. There's tons of information out there, but I think we need to make it Montana focused and provide those local resources as much as we're able, and just share that information.
Are there questions or comments, or did anybody else have any responses to Bruce and his question about what people in your libraries might be asking for?
We can't hear you, Susie.
Okay.
Susie lost power.
Yeah, and Tracy lost power too. So.
Oh, really? Oh.
Tracy's back in, and I see Susie's lips moving, so I'm not sure. Tracy, are you able to participate now? I see you.
I think so. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We've got you back.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't want to cut off Susie if she had something to contribute, but it looks like she's. We can come back to that, Susie.
Yeah, or I can try and follow up with her via email or something.
And Jenny, this is again, the other thing I think that would be helpful is if we had some sort of as library directors or employees or board members, we had some sort of an elevator speech that says economic development is X, and libraries have a vital role to play because Y. Mm-hmm. And we don't have tall buildings in Montana, so it needs to be short. And I mean, literally, it needs to be 2 or 3 sentences so we can say, so that if truly economic development is something that libraries have a part to play, we ought to be able to say so economically and clearly.
That's a great point, Bruce.
I think I can talk now.
Hear you.
So my question is, I go to some business meetings, and like the Chamber of Commerce and our Great Falls Development Authority are pretty anti the city in terms of regulation and them not being responsive. And then I'm at department head meetings and they say things about the development community and how they're unreasonable. And so I would like for the library to be able to help bridge that and not be put in that really awkward situation. So if there's ideas or support around that, I think that would be really great, because it's awkward to be sitting there and having people bash the city and knowing that there's some truth and some not truth, but I can't really speak for planning and community development. So some ideas around that would be really helpful.
Thanks for bringing that up, Susie. That's not something we've discussed a whole lot.
But I see in descriptions and kind of that elevator speech that libraries are neutral ground. And I think that, is, and where you live it is controversial. There's a lot of providers and it's kind of competitive. It's interesting. So good point though. Thanks for sharing that.
And then I saw in the chat there was something from Catherine saying that we're going to need access to more digital books in smaller school libraries. And I wasn't sure if you were mentioning that in the context of economic development, so I just wanted to make sure that I brought that to people's attention. We haven't been looking into, I think the only like super specific resource we've looked into for economic development is Reference USA. And there was this other one that was mentioned that I can't remember the name of. But we haven't looked a whole lot at school libraries, just to be upfront. I think we've just been talking about public libraries, and that's I think on me in the direction that I gave. And I said that our scope was for public libraries, but if we do want to expand, you know, like let us know, and you know, we can adjust as well. So I kind of made that assumption, but you know, if that's not correct, just let me know.
It just seems to me, this is Bruce again, that it's important to not talk about strategies and tools and resources until we have a really clear understanding of what needs are, and let the needs drive the tools and the strategies that we end up adopting.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I didn't hear a massive outpouring from this group, at least, about what the economic development needs were of Montana's communities. And until we can just say, oh, well, you know, that's obvious, it strikes me that talking about resources is premature.
Mm. I will say it does seem that when you ask people about what they want, they're just sort of like, everything. It's kind of hard to prioritize. And even with the when we did our initial outreach into libraries and getting interest, a lot of libraries were like, oh, all of these things sound great. And I think, and that this is where Anne has been super helpful just for me, because I think it's kind of, for me, this chicken and the egg thing where I'm like, what do people need? And people are like, everything. And I'm like, well, what do we start with? And they're like, everything. So I guess something that Anne and I have also kind of been struggling with is, you know, we had these 4 initial program ideas. And I think for me, I'm sort of like, I think maybe we just have to like try something and see what works and then adjust from there. But I'm also sort of like, but who knows how it'll go? We don't have the exact, like, for sure data that says this is the thing that people want. It's,
I don't think that we need formalized data. That would be a huge project. But when people go off and have a cup of coffee or a beer, even better, with somebody in their community, a business person in their community, what comes out of those conversations? What are I mean, we all know that everyone wants to buy more toilet paper, so that's a consumer need that we all kind of understand. What is it that business communities need, or the wannabe business people need, particularly in light of these changed times with the COVID-19 crisis? What are the driving needs? And then let's take and inform our actions around in being responsive to those needs.
Mm-hmm.
That strikes me as pretty logical, as opposed to just putting out a program.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember, you know, when I was buying reference books, I could buy the world's greatest, this as an analogy, I could buy the world's greatest reference book on X, and if people didn't pull it off the shelf, so what?
Mm-hmm. And Bruce, I would jump in because I have, Anne knows this about me. I've been kind of sharing things with her. I've been following some information about both the unemployment in Montana, which we're hovering just under 12% unemployment right now, and some really very valuable information about small businesses. And they are really, really struggling. They are struggling to navigate the CARES Act. I mean, there's the potential of it providing some sort of financial assistance to them, but flat out, it's confusing. and it's confusing for them to be able to navigate that. Some communities do it better than others. And reported back to me, and I was so relieved to hear that, you know, because a lot of our communities have small locally owned banks, they know who's needs help and they've been reaching out to them. You know, there's a lot of data out there about that there are some businesses, you know, that are owned by women or Native Americans or other minorities, that they're really struggling to kind of get the assistance that they need as well. So there's an opportunity for libraries to help connect them with people from the Small Business Administration or even their local bank that might be able to get them through weathering this storm. And then the other thing that I have read is, you know, most owners are going, okay, it looks like there are going to be waves of this and there's going to be sheltering in place. What can we shift online and how? And we don't really have the skill set to do that. And so that's just some of the data that I've come across, and Anne and I and Amelia have had some interesting conversations about that. So I just wanted to share that information with you.
That's really interesting. Are you suggesting that if we could, libraries would be great advocates with the SBA?
Yeah, and actually I see a lot of need for what some people would call traditional library services, connecting small business owners with the information they need to be successful, and then helping with the digital literacy. And I think that that's something, you know, the NAC has talked about this idea of like holistic, where people get services from academic, special, school, and public libraries. And I think that this is an area where it would be really nice to figure out how to do that. Because I know our academic librarians and our school librarians, they do a lot of good stuff with digital literacy. You know, how can we capitalize on that?
Well, Amelia was talking about how you know, businesses want everything, which is, of course, not useful information because we can't do everything. Your comments interest me, Tracy. I'd be interested to see this project go down the route of picking one thing and really nailing it.
You know, Eva commented in the chat about starting small businesses, and I think that's really what I tend to hear the most about. It's people that are trying to enter employment and start their own business, and both understanding the resources that are available as well as bringing different kinds of resources together in an incubator model that can really help to support one another. So you've got someone in a community that's focused on marketing and somebody else who's trying to start a small business and needs a marketer, and they can come together in the library and work together to help develop and support their own businesses, as well as just providing access to the resources necessary to help launch a business, from the legal resources to the technology resources. I think that idea of focusing on small business startups, I think it resonates with a lot of the needs that I'm hearing, both from individual users as well as a more community perspective, where you think about how communities can attract people to their rural communities. How can we make communities more resilient by bringing in new businesses, whether they're storefronts or whether they're online kinds of businesses. I think focusing in that area really checks a lot of the needs that we've been talking about for several years among libraries.
I would agree, Jenny. We see a ton of that in Missoula. People are, they use our library as their office because office space is so expensive. And sometimes they're in business for 2 years before they can actually move out and be able to rent a space to be able to do their work in. And so for us, the guidance in all of those components, it would be really helpful. We, in our new building, built what we call a business center, following guidelines from the people whom attended the meetings that need this type of space to work in, and collaboration space was a big deal, to be able to build those spaces where people can collaborate with the marketers or other people because they can't afford an office space of their own. So that type of information is really interesting to us.
Thanks, Nora. And I just wanted to address something that was in the chat from Kit and Bozeman with struggling with competing and trying not to compete with other groups that offer these kinds of services for a charge. And this was, there's actually, Kit, I might actually send this really great webinar that I recently watched about a small business outreach librarian in some place in the States, I don't remember where, but when she was first starting out, that was something that she was sort of encountering as well. And I think it's kind of similar to how libraries provide health information. I think we are always very clear to be like, we're not doctors, we're not actually giving you health advice, but we are giving you this information so that you can make these decisions ultimately on your own. And so in the case of this woman in this webinar, she was like, I give people a starting point, and then I also refer them out to people in the community. And I think that's how she said she created buy-in from those groups, and they didn't see it as a competition, they saw it as a supplement, because she had information from them, she had their names, she was able to immediately refer people saying like, you know, we've given you this information here, but you do need more specialized, more professional advice, and I would recommend going out and getting that advice from an organization in the community. And so I think kind of trying to phrasing it as, you know, you being a starting point to kind of channel people outwards to the information that they need could be a way to frame it as not a competition and more of a supplement to what people are already doing. But, you know, sometimes people just, they're never going to walk into the Chamber of Commerce, or they're never going to walk into the bank. They're never going to walk into these places. They need another interaction touch point. And that's what the library can be.
Mm-hmm. And Bruce, we heard that specifically. The conversation that I had with the state director, Brent Donnelly of SBA, kind of elevated some of this resource center idea and hosting the coordinating the webinars specifically for SBA. They were trying to reach more people in communities that didn't know how to access a webinar, and they don't want to go into the local bank. And those were the only ways they were getting information out on the CARES Act and how to apply for the PPP and all those other different business assistance programs. So that was a direct, you know, and it was kind of an immediate conversation, and, you know, we were still closed, or your libraries were still closed. So it wasn't, you know, it was just a frustration at that point, but it's working its way out. Good comments. Thank you.
Any other discussion, feedback for Anne or for the council?
How many of you would like to continue I find this very beneficial. You know, Amelia and I sometimes kind of spin our wheels because it's just the two of us, and Tracy and Jenny have provided information as well. But, you know, if there's a little ad hoc committee, I don't know if that's appropriate, that want to be a little more involved in this, I would welcome that.
I think that's very appropriate, Anne and Amelia. That's something that we can talk more about. It's really helpful to have some people who can serve as touchstones in local libraries.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been taking lots of notes from this meeting.
Anne, are you still in Malta?
I am.
Okay, Joy Bridwell, she's the one who's going to replace me as the Tribal College library representative. She's from Stonechild, so she's Rocky Boy, so she's fairly close to you. I don't want to speak for her, but she might be interested in serving on the committee too.
Okay, awesome.
Perfect. Then maybe Jenny, you and I can follow up on this and yeah.
Kit said she or someone from Bozeman Public would be interested as well.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I would also
Nancy
be
and
interested.
Great. Yeah, sometimes it's really helpful to have that kind of advisory.
I will be very respectful of your time. It's a, yeah.
Good, good. Well, Anne, thank you so much for this really, really helpful discussion. I hope this feedback was useful for the council as well. You know, this is a program that we're really just sort of getting our feet wet with and understanding how we can move forward. So really appreciate you taking so much time with us this morning.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you all. So thank you. Please feel free to connect with me personally or join this little committee we're forming. That would be great.
Great.
It's a party.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I may stick around. I also may jump over to Mita.
Great.
Because I don't want to miss that conversation.
Sounds very worthwhile.
Yes.
Thanks, Anne.
Thanks for
you.
being our voice there. Moving on in the agenda, we wanted to have a discussion, and I think both the discussion about the COVID-19 debriefing as well as a discussion about digital content are very relevant as we think about library development services, library development needs, as well as thinking about our work priorities and the library development budget. So Tracy, I'm going to turn things over to you.
All right. So I'm going to pull up just a Word document here that has the questions that were on the agenda. And, you know, I mean, the COVID-19 closures has kind of really changed the environment for us. And as we were going into this Network Advisory Council meeting, it was clear that we might need to rethink, you know, MSL staff work plan priorities and what we need to do for libraries. And I thought that a really good way to start that might actually be a little debriefing about COVID-19 and your experiences in your libraries. We did this as a staff, and it was really very helpful for us, both I think for just kind of realizing there were some things we did fine and we did well on, and then also maybe more importantly, some things that we want to do differently, either because there could be future waves and we may have to close again or reopen, or just because the world has shifted and maybe there are new services that we need to be supporting. So I wanted to kind of kick off the rest of our agenda with this discussion to kind of orient us and I hope help us as we talk about both the digital content, because that was one of the things that jumped out in the staff debriefing that we did, and then also our work plan priorities going forward. And so my job here is just really to kind of type notes about what each of you are going to say. It's totally okay to talk about your library and your experience, because that's going to be useful for us as we figure out maybe where you need more support from the state library or where we might need more resources. And then I'll just ask clarifying questions as we go along. So, what went well for you during this process of the COVID-19?
Well, I guess I can start. We were really lucky that, number one, we had purchased our laptops for our new buildings. So we had laptops to send home with all our staff, and hotspots to send home with the people that don't have internet at home. And we built an index of the Missoulian, and we had boxes and boxes and boxes of index cards that I said were not going to the new building with us in fun to Paulette a couple years ago. And of course they were going to the new building with us because we just have volunteers that come in and do that work. And so our staff were able to take home the boxes of index cards, and the people who, mostly the CERC staff, because the professional staff all had tons of programming work to do and other things. And they have put 43,000 entries into the Missoulian Index. So that's been awesome. Where we had time to build our new website for our new building, which was great. So a lot of good work that I don't know how we would have gotten it done while we were still working on other things and also be able to do all these things. But building the carts for our opening day collection, and the selectors had, sometimes 25 carts of things from Baker and Taylor that they had to go through. So we were able to get a lot of great things done for our move. And it's been some days trying for people. People have learned how to use Zoom very well. And they've done some great programming that they can share with others, but it gave our patrons a connection to the faces they see all the time. So things that we shared from that were online that we thought people might be interested in, they really didn't spend much time looking at those, but they spent time looking at the programming that our own staff built. And I just think it's because people were so tired of being home and not seeing others. So it was a great opportunity for them to see familiar faces and interact with people that they're used to doing programming with all the time. It really pulled out the strengths of our staff. And I'm just so thankful that we had the opportunity to be able to, on a day-to-day basis, people go about doing the things they do normally, but there's been some real strengths that have come out of this that people, that some of the staff never told anybody they knew how to do before. So for us, I think it's been a really positive experience. Curb service has gone well, and we know that when we open the doors in the new building, it will be much different than we planned it to be. So we'll live through it. Our health department was fabulous, and we've had really great support from the county commissioners who are not our boss, but they include us as a department in the county. And so they've been very, very supportive of all of the county departments and everything that everybody was doing. And I feel really grateful that we were able to keep every staff person working, and nobody missed a paycheck during this period. So good work.
Thank you, Honor. Others? Don't be afraid. Honor knows she has a great staff and lots of resources. Did anything go well for the rest of you? Or is it similar to Honor's experience?
I guess I'll talk. This is Kit. Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing now that we're doing curbside has been the enormous outpouring of love to the library, and that's been pretty incredible. I mean, obviously we knew we were well loved, but just to get all that positive feedback has been really wonderful. And I agree with Honor, it's been a really great practice in learning our team, what are their strengths and what are their weaknesses, and kind of working on all that through all that for 2 months it's been pretty, sorry, there's a siren going by. So yeah, I think it's been a pretty interesting process for us.
Thanks, Kit.
Yeah.
Others.
I guess I can talk. This is Nancy down in Laurel. And, you know, we never did send our people home. We actually closed our doors about 95% and did the curbside, but we still had to occasionally let somebody in to do some work, whether it was schoolwork or something like that on the computers. But what we have found is the staff did not want to take the time off. I did give them the option, and they said, no, let's get some other projects done. So we have gotten some major things that have been sitting, waiting, you know, how it sits there and waits and waits and waits. And we've gotten backlogs of books processed and weeding that seems to take forever to do because you never get the time. And we're just appreciative of the fact that we actually got to do that. We're actually considering making a few other changes, like maybe the hours we were working before, we didn't need to be open all those hours. Or maybe we need to change the days that we're open. So we're going to be kind of looking at a few different things. And I just, you know, once we started opening last week and letting the patrons back in, the biggest thing we heard was, I am so glad that you are open. We're so appreciative that you guys are here for us. It's like, okay, great. Tell that to the people that matter the most, which we know is us, but it's also the people that give us the funds. So we've just gotten a lot done. And just like Honora says, there's so much out there that people have really liked about how we've handled this. We're being careful. We're not requiring masks, but we are requesting them. Maybe this will be something that we have to do from now on for a while.
Anyone else have anything?
This is Stacy. I think we need to take and thank the MSL staff just for helping get CAT maps, patron, so you can change your patrons. I mean, I went through a lot of things. The staff was sent home with pay, but I was here the whole time doing curbside, and our circulation still seemed to be about half of what it was before. So I just think it's important that the staff from MSL really is thanked, because they went above and beyond. Anytime there was any problems or anything, they were right there to help out. So thank you.
You are welcome. That's very kind of you, Stacy, because of course many of our library development staff are suffering from the same stresses as you. Family members in the healthcare profession, family members trapped somewhere because of COVID, all the stresses that come with it. So I will be sure and pass that along. They have done a great job. Anything else?
I'll second the thank you to the State Library staff. I think I pestered Tracy several times for plans for reopening because I'm kind of solo here, and I actually returned home on the day the state was shut down. I was out of state, and I got quarantined for 2 weeks, so I was not allowed on campus for the first 2 weeks of our partial open closed in that interim phase. So I was kind of left out of a loop. So I think I probably pestered Tracy that 2 weeks more than anything. But I keep telling people here, I mean, across campus, that we need to pat ourselves on the back because we did the best we could with what we had, with what information we had, with what resources we had. Could we have planned differently? Yeah, we could always plan differently, but we're looking back every other day. Don't blame yourself. We did what we had to do we did what we thought was best. And we're trying to come up with things that, well, what if a blizzard shuts us down this winter? We'll be a little bit more ready for it, and we have some ideas on how to do it better next time, maybe. One thing that I found was really helpful in getting out to our students was Facebook, either Messenger or Facebook Live. I got better responses from that, which a quick Facebook Live video. Some people would see it after the fact and they'd shoot me a message and either say, I didn't know you could do that, or you're really there. Yeah, the library phone has been forwarded to my cell phone since the day I was kicked off campus for having been off state. So yeah, I think we all need to give ourselves a pat on the back, because we did what we had to do and got done what needed done.
I wanted to acknowledge Jessica Edwards, who's joined us. Jessica, as our data coordinator, has been developing dashboards and tools to help us sort of capture what COVID has done to some of our work. I don't know if we have time to bring those up here, or we can drop a link into the chat box, but we know, looking at the data, that we've seen a significant increase in the number of registered users in Montana Library to Go. It's a blessing and a curse that we've had such an increase in the amount of holds for that kind of content. We'll talk about digital content a little bit later on, but there are some measurable increases in some of the services that we're offering, and I think that's important to acknowledge. And I'm really grateful for Jessica and other staff who've pulled together those dashboards that really help us tell the story of the impact. One of the other things that I'm really grateful for is a new shared calendar of some of our online programming that libraries around the state are offering. And we haven't talked a lot about what has gone into putting on those kinds of online programs, but I'm grateful that libraries who are participating in doing those kinds of online programs are providing those kinds of services, and also recognize that we don't have to limit our offerings to just our local service area populations, that this is a time where we can pitch in together to be providing those kinds of online services to people across the state and rely on the resources that are available through our libraries from around.
I guess that would be a highlight, Nancy, that your patrons have finally learned how to place holds, renew items, etc.
We've only been pushing it for how many years? They just conveniently, I forgot. Well, suddenly they remembered. Shh, that was not mine.
I can jump in here. This is Kate, just to talk a little bit about school libraries. And I think that in general, schools have done a really amazing job of providing services for their students and teaching in a way that none of us ever expected. I would say that I feel very proud of the resources that we had available already for our students. And so, you know, our ebook collection and our database collection, both of those services were already being used quite a bit at Helena High. And so it was a pretty easy transition for students to continue to use those. I think though our biggest struggle, and I realize we're not to the what did not go well, but our biggest struggle that I'm hearing from the librarians in our district is just trying to find a place in what teachers are providing for their students. And I think many of our teachers and our students are feeling so overwhelmed still and are concerned about how much to give and what they need to provide. It's been a real struggle to try to gently push into that and not make them feel like we're adding an additional an additional thing onto their plate. So, you know, trying to find that balance of, we have all of these things that we can help you with and we can provide for you and we can do with your students, but yet not expecting more of them when they're already so stretched. That would be something that I would really like us to work on in the future and figure out how, you know, we're always trying to convince our teachers that they should collaborate with us and they should work with us and that we're valuable to them. And many of them know that and take advantage of that. But this is, I think, this situation has definitely compounded that need, and it will be something that we'll have to work on.
Thank you, Kate. Others? And it's okay to move on to questions farther down the list.
Well, this is Susie, and we had been, part of our strategic plan had been to try to move to eliminate late fines. And of course, when we closed for COVID-19, we stopped charging late fees because people couldn't return things. And then our board voted at May 28th to make that permanent. And so that was one way to accomplish eliminating late fines. And so that was very positive. And then I just second all the things that have been said. Our custodians got a lot of work done while we were closed. We were able to do some projects at home, and a lot of people were really, really grateful. And we also, I want to second the learning curve just seemed to happen. We had one of my favorite stories is one of my staff got a 91-year-old to install Libby on his iPad and so that he could read, and he had been resisting it, but he was really grateful for it. So making those changes and adjustments with people has been difficult but good.
That's cool. All right. So I think Eva is right in that we certainly did the best that we could given the circumstances. I mean, it wasn't just us in the library world. In talking with others in the nonprofit world and some of my small business owner friends, is like all of us were trying to answer questions we've never had presented to us before. But I'm sure we learned from that experience. And so as you think about the experience that you went through, what did not go well, or if you prefer it, what would you do differently? You might get a second chance.
Well, I'll keep talking since I was just talking. This is Susie. I think one of our biggest frustrations is that we were really committed to trying not to have to furlough staff. And so my managers worked really, really hard to make work for people to have at home. We didn't have a project like Honor had. And that was really frustrating. Trying to keep people busy and then people being frustrated and not feeling like they were super productive. And so I think if we close again, that's going to be one of our biggest challenges, is how do we keep frontline staff busy in a way that's productive actually for the community and doesn't completely frustrate those staff members.
Little mini cat break. Anyone else?
There we go.
This is Kit again. I moved here from Colorado, so I have a lot of connections down there. And I was talking to an interim director, and she mentioned that all the directors, this is for public libraries, had been meeting regularly online throughout all of this. And they were kind of making decisions together, which I thought was fairly an interesting idea. As far as, you know, when to start curbside or other details within their organization. So I just thought about that. I know Susan, our director, was reaching out to directors, and I think there was a lot of discussion, but I just wonder if maybe starting something like that, a more formal directors meeting and conversation could help everyone through this, because you know there were so many opinions flying around and ideas, and just to kind of consolidate that.
It's a great suggestion, Kit.
Yeah, Kit, I think that like for us, our health department and environmental health department were really involved in all our planning, and each department we've had to make plans and give them to them. They have to okay them before we can start our next phases or whatever. And I think for a lot of smaller communities, their health departments really didn't get involved. So they were struggling with how to do things. Even Kalispell had contacted us to find out what our health department was saying, because their health department wasn't really reaching out to anybody. So those kind of meetings would be really good and helpful for people.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that sadly there's been a lot of politics involved in the kinds of information that's being shared and evaluated and acted upon.
I've been meeting with a couple of the librarians down in this area on Zoom meetings, and we've just very gently put politics aside and admitted that none of us like to think just like any other library, but it's been very beneficial to talk to them and share ideas and maybe suggestions with one another. So I think this is something that maybe we should do in a broader scope even.
Anything else? So I know Stacy said both our health department and DES were with us. And Pam points out that that's probably part of what libraries need but don't have, and that's true. More support from local county departments. And Eva says our county health department has been really proactive and helpful. And because we are on the reservation, we must abide by tribal restrictions. And we are still in shelter in place. So my conversations with the county have been in planning for the time when we are allowed to open in whatever capacity. So as Pam pointed out, maybe I'll add under what did libraries need that they did not have. I'll add that perhaps support from other local county departments for some of them. Is there anything else that you found that you needed but you did not have?
This is Jody Smiley from Boulder, and when everything got shut down, we're a small community, so we do have a few areas, you know, like the restaurants, that would have Wi-Fi, but when they shut down, when everybody had to shut down, we had no internet. you know, for those that don't have it at home. So we had a huge struggle with trying to be able to help those people that needed to file for unemployment, that needed to turn in their paperwork for the CARE Act and those types of things. They needed our wireless and our computers, but they couldn't access them. Finally, we did get that figured out and we got them in one at a time, but I'm so thankful to the State Library for giving us this chance to try out these hotspots so that we can show those people that we get our funding from that these are really necessary things, because I do believe this fall we're going to probably have more issues, and hopefully it doesn't turn out quite this way, but it's still a nice thing to know that we have something that we can hand to our patron. They can take it home and they can do their work and not be left out in the cold.
Thank you. Anyone else?
This is Bruce. I have a kind of a question which sort of echoes all the questions, Tracy, that you have written down here. But just out of curiosity, do the people on this call think that once we get the COVID-19 virus licked, we get some sort of, we get a vaccine, we get some good therapies, will libraries go back to the way they were before, or will they be changed? And if they will be changed, in what ways will they be changed? And I guess that could apply to many of the questions that you have here.
You know, Bruce, that's really interesting because we've been talking about that in the fact that if you look, you know, on some of the East Coast signage for going back to library work and opening libraries, it's really interesting because it seems that we'll be going backwards. And our health department has talked about it also, that if we allow people in the stacks just to browse, then we need to make sure that the items that they've touched are not sitting on the shelf until we quarantine those items for 72 hours. And so it seems like for us, there's no way we can do that other than to have closed stacks and be able to pull things ourselves. That may all change by August, but I know that in Florida, one of the signs I looked at says there is no browsing in the stacks. People have a half hour to come in, pick their items up and leave. So there's going to be a lot, it seems to me there'll be a lot more work for circulation staff and others to be pulling items for people and preparing them for pickup rather than just browsing, and more of making appointments with people to be in spaces because we have to social distance and our spaces really aren't made for that. And so it seems like things are going to change a lot. But it's not just going to change in our libraries, it's going to change everywhere.
Nor do you feel that the future of your library is increasingly digital or e-library or whatever you want to call it?
No, I think there's still the need for the face-to-face with people, and definitely a lot more, you know, going back to what we tried years ago, and it kind of failed in Montana as far as having, you know, emailing or doing chat with librarians. And you know, we've been struggling with what can we use as a new product that doesn't cost a fortune, but that we can have interactive chat with people and be able to help people make decisions on readers advisory and that type of thing in a different way. And part of it will be digital. We plan on in the fall, all of our programming for fall will be digital. And we're really lucky because MCAT's moving into our building with us. So they are gung-ho to film all of these programs, you know, and we can only have a quarter of the people. So maybe a program that was going to be 100 people will have 25 people live, and the others will just be able to view it digitally. I don't know. We've had lots and lots of conversations about it because it really changes the way we are used to being personable and dealing with people. You have to learn a new skill set on how to make people feel comfortable from afar rather than face to face. For some librarians, they'll love it because they're introverts and they'd just as soon be behind a computer screen. But, you know, for most of us, we miss the people.
This is Susie, and I think one of the things that I am most concerned about with the change is, you know, one of the things that libraries do that we don't get a lot of credit for is we are the day center for all the people who don't have a place to go. And so like the day after the Great Falls Public Library closed, our homeless day center had to close because the number of people there tripled and they didn't have enough room because we were closed. And, you know, the county had to put in some porta potties because nobody was open for people to have dignity and a place to use the bathroom. And so when we're thinking about ourselves and what we're doing in terms of access to stacks and access to resources, you know, we are also a place of refuge and, you know, a place for kids to come and hang out, you know, with their latchkey kids and homeless people, or, you know, it's 90 degrees out and you don't have air conditioning and you need to come cool off. And I don't know how those things are going to change when we can't allow people to hang out. And that is one of my biggest concerns, because it's not like there's going to be more funding for services for the homeless or for people who don't have a place to go. So that's one of my concerns about how libraries are going to change if we're limited in our ability to be a place of refuge.
Susie, we had the Poverello Center, one of their outreach people emailed me last week and said, can you, if you have to limit how many people are in the library at a time, can you limit everybody but the homeless? And, you know, I mean, our staff also are really concerned about our regular people that come to the library all the time that use the library and are homeless. And it's, I guess it's heart-wrenching, but no, we can't do that because we have to have equal access for everybody. So if Bruce can only come in for an hour and then has to leave, so can everybody else. And that's really, I had called the county attorney to visit with her about it. And she said that would be the fastest way you'll get a lawsuit for sure, is because those people who feel that they are privileged because they pay taxes and they should have more service than those who don't, would press the issue very quickly. So it really made us start, talking about what other kinds of things can we do, but we really didn't come up with anything great.
I want to acknowledge some of the chat comments. First of all, Kit, thank you for Crystal's name. And Eva, I did try to capture your comment about how to help people on the computer from 6 feet away. That is something other librarians have mentioned as well. And Pamela says it seems likely that not only will libraries welcome back people who have missed their resources, services, and spaces, but also those needing to use them to get their lives back on track after losing jobs and even homes. And we have a proven track record here, but scaling this up will require continued support. And Bruce says, I really like the idea of part of our mission is to provide our users, all of our users, with the opportunity for dignity. Some great comments here. Anything else that you want to add, either to this discussion about how library services are changing, or any other partnerships or resources or relationships we need to pursue to be able to kind of navigate this? Yeah, Bruce, go ahead.
I'm just curious then, from the comments of the last 10 minutes, it sounds to me like this group feels that once we've mastered COVID-19, it will not be business as usual, that we're looking at some sort of new thing. Am I reading something into this discussion that's not there?
Can you say that again?
So listening to the discussion of the last 10 minutes when people have been working on these questions from Tracy and talking about what's next, my impression is that by and large, this group on this phone call feels that libraries, once we've mastered COVID-19, will not go back to the way they were. They will go on to something new, that they will be changed permanently by COVID-19. Is my impression correct?
Well, I think the libraries are going to be changed, and I don't know if mastering COVID-19 is going to happen. I mean, that it seems to me like pandemics and our response is going to go on for quite some time. But I agree, libraries and all of communities are going to be changed by the economics and by our needing to change our behaviors and all the things.
Yeah, and Susie, I just to be clear, I don't think that we will master it. Bad choice of words. I think we will get a vaccine. I think we will develop therapies, but I agree that there'll be another train coming down the tracks.
All right, this is a great discussion. It's kind of a last call. Is there anything else in any of this that you want me to capture? Oh, thank you, Sarah. She says the law library is anticipating greater need for landlord-tenant legal assistance and are developing more materials for self-represented litigants. And we look forward to keeping public libraries updated on how to assist their patrons and refer them to us. Thank you, Sarah. I will add that.
I guess maybe one other way I would kind of rephrase some of these questions, and I think it's really helpful to kind of try to hone in on the nuances of what these questions are trying to ask. Have we seen any kinds of shifts in the services that our patrons value from our libraries? And if so, either an increase or a decrease, and if so, how might we respond to those shifts in the needs for those kinds of services? I was thinking about what Hanor said earlier about browsability, and we know that browsing is a huge entree into reading for a lot of patrons. What might that look like? How might we accomplish that for our patrons in the future? Have we seen an increase? And I think the answer is yes, an increase in the number of people attending virtual story times. That seems like a service that people are valuing. Do we have the capacity to continue to support that in the future if that's true? So kind of maybe a slightly different nuance to the question about what our services might look like in the future.
Well, this is Susie. I feel like I'm talking too much, but I just want to say the other thing that in terms of the shift of what patrons value about library services, I think our funding is going to be really an issue. I mean, our city manager is already having concerns about our general fund, and right now funding for public health and funding for police and fire is just like, there's such a focus on that and quality of life issues like having access to materials, it just seems like it's harder to make that case. I don't know if that totally follows what you're saying, Jenny, but just I think we're really going to have to continue to state our case and understand that with less money, we're probably going to get, all the pieces of the pie are going to be smaller.
And I also want to capture Eva's comment, because I think that's actually important to kind of think about some of the values that people place on libraries, and okay, how would we do that differently?
It seems that if we can manage to do it, we need to keep libraries from being sort of a focus of the politics of pandemics, with half the community feeling that there's an imperative to wear a mask out of respect for other people's health, and the other half of the community feeling that shows an irrational disregard for the Montana way of life. I mean, it's I'd hate to see that the libraries become a battleground from where that plays out, but I know that is a topic in libraries that are opening back up, and that there is a tension both with patrons and with staff for some of these sort of issues in regards to safety, in regards to browsing, etc. I just don't want us to get caught in the middle of that battle. Maybe we can contribute something useful instead of being bludgeoned to death.
Yes. Other directors have made similar comments, Bruce. Anything else you want to capture? I think what Eva and Pam are talking about, and I'm going to see if the group agrees that this is the way to capture this. Not necessarily that we have an answer, but that we humans, even the introverted ones of us, have a need for connection with others, and are lucky enough that our digital services can provide that, but sometimes we crave the physical connection. And how do we help people connect with one another when we may see physical distancing for a significant amount of time? Is that a fair way to capture what you're trying to say in the chat? So one of the needs our community members has is to connect with one another. How are we going to do this in the new world?
Tracy, this is Jen Brunel with the MMP, and I just wanted to weigh in on the fact those kinds of connections have been happening, I think, digitally to some extent with the uptick we've seen in the MMP use and in our Facebook in particular. And I know
not everybody has embraced social media, and I know there's some barriers to having access to internet content that play a role in all of this, but we are seeing people reach out in ways that they haven't in the past. And I think it's important to capture that and think about how else we can expand on that if at all possible. Thank you, Jennifer. I also know that's not the same as having that face-to-face interaction or that safe place to be, which Pam and Eva are talking about, which is a very different thing altogether. But there are some ways that maybe we can talk about how to help community members connect in a time when they can't do it face-to-face. Yeah, great point.
I think that's right. I think, some of this is thinking about the reasons why we come together to connect and how we can create those opportunities that have not the same, but similar impacts.
So Pamela mentions info literacy will become crucial. Discerning what is real versus fake is a real challenge and won't improve. Libraries must position themselves as reliable experts. So I will capture that, Pamela.
Good point.
And I really don't want people who live in communities that have fewer fiscal resources to be left out of what is being shared in terms of resources and services. I would really like to see all Montanans have a fair shot at the resources enjoyed by those being served generally by Montana libraries. It ought not to matter if you're in 2 Dot or in Billings, that you get access to a lot of the same, predominantly the same kind of resources, because everyone's got needs regardless of where they live. And we need to be careful during these times when resources are limited and when the needs are great, not to somehow further disenfranchise many of the members of our smaller communities.
I wanted to mention one other thing too. This is Kate, about school libraries. I think that the trend over the last few years across the country is reduction in professional staff in libraries. And we've been so lucky in Montana because we have some protections in place for that right now. But I think that this situation is probably going to bring that conversation to the forefront. And there's definitely some concern about staffing of librarians in schools and other specialists, because as I mentioned before, I think we have been sort of put on the back burner just because of the demands of students and teachers. And so I think that one thing that we could really use is just some support in advocating for our role. And, as Pamela mentioned, this idea of information literacy, that's definitely a place that we can help, and as are many other things. But I think there's some real concerns there. And I'd like us to kind of keep that in mind in our communities.
Anything else? And thank you, Kate. Not to put our academic librarians or Sarah on the spot, but I do feel like it would be very helpful for us to hear from you. And Pamela, thank you for all of your additions as well. But for UM and MSU and the State Law Library, you know, what are you seeing as the needs or the challenges that need to be addressed? Or were you positioned actually to handle this pretty well?
This is Belinda from MSU Northern. Because we have that layer of administration over us, we really don't have any say in anything. And so we were given the opportunity, we had to be open, but we got to pick our own way to be open. So we've made students make appointments so we could keep the number of people in the building down. We don't know what's going to happen in fall. Nobody's talking about us, though we have made plans to, you know, separate our computer, our public access computers are very close together. So we have plenty of floor space that we could spread them out, but that will require some IT involvement because we are not the ones running wires or anything like that. We found our students were at a loss. So we're a very heavy technology, hands-on technology kind of school with the diesel and stuff. And so I would say 70 or more % of our students do not take online classes. They take hands-on classes. And so the shutting down and going to online only was a humongous barrier. A lot of students don't even own computers because, you know, what do they need them for? They're not, I mean, a lot of our like young men are in 2-year programs, so they're not writing papers or anything. They're just doing the hands-on stuff. And so we did check out our laptops, probably could have used more, but they all came back after. So, I mean, they're so old, it wouldn't have actually mattered. But so at this point, we're just kind of in a holding, waiting to see, though I have removed all but one chair from every study table. And because I'm like, let's be proactive. We can always unstore them rather than, you know, starting with too many and then having to separate. I'd rather add or whatever. So that's kind of what we're doing around here. We have gotten a lot, pretty much I got my summer projects done in the month of April. So anyway, there we go. That's what I've got to say from Northern.
Thank you, Belinda. That is helpful and a really great point. Not all students make the leap to online smoothly. Sounds like someone else was going to speak. Go ahead.
This is Teresa. I was just, oh, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Teresa. I'll go after you.
I was just going to mirror a lot of what Belinda just said. We were told we had to stay open, but we were also given the freedom to design what that looked like. So we did a reservation system only, and we had limited things available. Our computers were available. We removed chairs and shut down computers in order to separate them far enough apart. Our production studios, our lightboard studio and our one button studio, that kind of thing that faculty and instructors use a lot to create online content for classes, were much busier than they used to be. And so that stayed open, but on a reservation system. We extended our laptop checkouts to be for the whole semester, and those all disappeared pretty quickly within a few days. I think our students had a little easier time overall shifting to online, just because the nature of their studies is less hands-on than what you described. But there were still support that was needed to be provided for faculty and for students making that switch. And so I think one thing that we could perhaps do better is better integrate the help that the library can provide in that transition. I mean, we were there and we helped, but it just felt like there was more we could have done if people knew we were there to do it. So I think communication was an issue, somewhat as well. And some of that might have just been because we had to wait until we heard from the top down of what was going on, and then we had to communicate that out as well. So I think university communications might just be more complicated in general. But overall, I think that the library did well. We had lots of, like some of the other libraries, we had projects for staff to do out of buildings. You can do it virtually. As a manager, I discovered that my job seemed to take a lot more time to do virtually, because I spent more time making projects for other people to do and getting that kind of stuff done. So all of the wonderful things on my to-do list that I thought I would get to because I wasn't in the office, I still didn't get to. So, but overall, I think that in spite of the stress of the situation, I'd say that it was a fairly positive, or as positive as it can be in a pandemic anyway.
Thank you. And really quickly before we go to Sarah, Bruce asked, what percentage of academic materials are available virtually?
This is Pamela. A large percentage. Many of the libraries, do not really buy as much print anymore. So that is a major shift, and certainly don't see that changing. And just to tag on to the, I guess, discussion, I would say, at least from my perspective, and that may not be representative of other academics, I think opening in the fall, as so many of the schools are planning on doing, is very worrisome and problematic. I think it highly likely that the second wave is going to be worse than the first. And there does seem to be a predominant attitude, especially in Montana, that's not going to happen. So I think that's one issue. They need agility to be able to flip online quickly. And that's something that caught some unawares. And that was something I heard from folks, is that a lot of the faculty were scrambling to get their curricula online. And they in fact did so, but then that ended up leaving a sour taste in the mouths of both the students and the faculty, because it's not what you would really truly consider necessarily good online teaching. It was just kind of last minute. So that's something they're going to have to work against. And I guess thirdly is the training that's going to be needed for this gap now in time. Some for the students, on one hand, who just, many of them seem to kind of lose interest in classes, et cetera, as people did with work. So they have to make that up, and also, of course, the people that are losing jobs right and left. So I think that retraining could be an issue.
Yeah, thanks, Pamela. I was going to say, I don't know the exact percentage, but we do have more and more available online versus in print, though we do still have things that are only available in print. One thing that we did that I forgot to mention was that we have a physical reserve collection that our faculty put in the library for students to use for classes. And so we did a digitization project where if a student needed something that was on reserve, they just put a request in and we would digitize it for them and send it to them, so they would still have access to the physical materials. That was only for the reserve materials, and that was only upon request. So we did not extend that to the whole collection.
So this interests me. It sounds like academic libraries have been able to fare pretty well in this regard, or more specifically, your students and faculty have. I haven't heard from Jenny, but I would suspect that the use of the state library has probably not dipped appreciably in terms of its use of digital materials, since it's basically a digital library with almost no analog materials. I'm uncertain about schools, but it sounds like public libraries, given the complications of copyright and fair use, public libraries are unique, sadly unique, in basically having much of their materials tied up in such a way that don't transition smoothly to a digital library. If anyone disagrees with that assessment, I would love to hear it.
Not a disagreement, but some opportunity, and I think that's actually part of the next discussion around digital content.
I would then like to take this opportunity to return to Sarah and give her a chance to speak. Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, thanks, Tracy. A lot of similar experiences to what others have described regarding the nice time to catch up on some side projects, and we're all very appreciative of the leadership of the State Library and all the great education opportunities you guys have provided for, especially for our staff that doesn't have a ton of work to do at home, but they were able to kind of work towards their certifications and some and just learning new things. So thank you guys. But a couple of observations for us. In the beginning of the kind of quarantine time, doors were closed, but we're providing remote services. There was kind of an initial slowdown of, self-represented litigants, so people were trying to deal with their legal issues on their own for a couple weeks, but then have really picked back up. So that's mainly for our reference librarian and our self-help center AmeriCorps staff member. They've been quite busy. Really there have been some unique issues identified that, sort of the civil unrest and people asking about, what's the authority to shut businesses down and that kind of thing. But really the more common issues, which are family law, landlord, tenant, and then with our reference librarian, it's really all across the board. But as I mentioned in the typing comments that, we're anticipating as people get, more comfortable with being out and about and accessing the court, that there will be more landlord-tenant issues, which is going to be really difficult. Parenting stuff, bankruptcy. One thing that was that has been difficult is, talking to people in crisis and trying to get them connected with, whether it's a domestic violence agency or mental health resources. And there are already so many barriers that individuals face in accessing those, but then they felt, everything was a little more difficult at that time. So, I don't know, and that's just going to be an ongoing measure because everything's not going to be fully accessible like it previously was. So I guess kind of having a better vision of what those referrals mean will be good for us. We had one interesting success. We do provide some free continuing legal education courses, and we had Carl Roston, who's the suicide prevention coordinator for the state, provide one, and he on suicide prevention tailored it to lawyers, but still applicable to anyone. His presentation is excellent. But we did it on Zoom, and I'm not sure, I think that it was like the timeliness of the topic, and also because it was a free ethics credit. We had more than 200 people attend, so that was really interesting, and it was very popular, and I think people really, it was good information for this really difficult time. And then one other thing I wanted to note was we've been fortunate, since we're kind of already set up for remote services since we're statewide. It wasn't a huge, difficult, transition for us. It was more of a test of things that we've already designed. And then our databases that we pay for, Lexis and Westlaw, have provided remote access. So where people would normally come in to use those on our computers, they can go through the website. That's of course limited, but so far that's worked out nicely. So that was a little all over the place, but those are things that stick out to me at this point.
No, that's a great point, Sarah. And actually, your mentioning of suicide prevention, that we have not listed that as a need, but I've certainly I remember some of the public librarians on the COVID-19 webinar talking about real concern about mental health and depression, and Montana really is on the wrong end of the chart on suicide rate. So that may be something we want to capture and try to help.
Yeah, I can type it in, but for anyone that Carl Roston, he's great, and he was really easy to work with, and he's a great expert, and it was fascinating, and also just gives really practical tips. You know, if anyone is encountering anyone they have doubts about, you know, or those types of concerns about. So I'll type in his information so you guys have that.
Thank you.
And on sort of an associated point, all my doctor friends say that their practice has changed, and they hope forever with virtual office visits. They just think that it's a great way to deliver services, and that sounds good, of course, but it may be that libraries in the future have some role in providing access to people who are remote or who don't have the tools to take and participate in that kind of thing to be able to see their doc.
And Joe Flick had a question for everyone. She sent out an email about Coursera, which has quite a bit of access to online training for workforce recovery. And correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I believe this really addresses what Pamela was talking about retraining people who were unemployed.
Yeah, and it's just one of I'm starting to see a few of these. I'm not sure what our role should be in terms of helping, I mean, other than sharing the information, but if there's something more that we could be or should be doing in terms of providing programming and training that libraries will direct to their patrons, I'm kind of interested in where that should be heading.
Does anyone have a response for Joe and her question? And I say that recognizing that you have so much coming at you. You may not have had time. And thank you, Sarah, for Carl's information.
Well, this is Pamela again. And no, I have no no answer for that, but it's I appreciate Joe sharing Coursera, and yeah, this is something higher ed is, I think, about to be shaken up in a significant way, and namely because people are going to be looking to do stuff online, and we haven't even touched on like micro credentialing, micro badging, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know necessarily what the answer is, but things need to be more flexible, and it really does seem like community colleges have a great advantage here. However, if they're focusing on practical skills and labs and stuff that require face-to-face, that's going to be a challenge. But I really do believe that people are going to be demanding that kind of flexibility that's going to support them being able to take classes wherever, whenever they want, and maybe not tying up their funds for, you know, a major investment in an academic year. I just think things are going to shift in a serious way.
And then Suzanne posted that Microsoft and lynda.com have also offered free access. Not sure if that's still active. So I just want to kind of check in. Does anyone else have anything they want me to capture?
This is Susie, and I this may seem like a weird tie-in, but I know you're looking at the public library standards, and of course, most of us will not meet the open hours standard because we've been closed. But I even wonder about the open hour standards going forward through the pandemic, because if we're doing things like having to take people into the stacks and having to do all their all the cleaning and all the different online stuff that we're doing, is the number of hours that we're open going to be as an effective measurement of our impact on the community? Because I know we don't have the staff to do all this online programming and all the cleaning and all those other things that we're doing, plus be open the same amount of hours.
Susie, that's a great question and great point. Two comments. With regard to the current standards and the need to certify those standards here in the next couple of months, staff is taking a request to the State Library Commission at their June meeting that we grant automatic deferrals for a couple of standards, including open hours for this current year. And then with regard to the work to revise those standards, the task force met earlier this week, and we are going to be taking a recommendation to the State Library Commission that we suspend that work for the time being, because we recognize that we are in the midst of understanding what COVID-19 means for what are essential library services. And we don't feel like we're in a good place to be well informed about what standards should look like to reflect some of those kinds of changes. And so the recommendation to the commission will be that the commission take no action on the current draft standards, and that we pause on that current work at least through the summer and come back in the fall to reevaluate what we've learned as we're going through this process. So that's new news for everybody that we'll be announcing to the wider wired community next week when those commission materials are posted.
I loved how you, Jenny, said we are in the midst of understanding. Speaking personally, I would say that we're clueless. Mm-hmm. But I have to say that this conversation we need more like this, because this is exactly the kind of conversation that's going to help us figure out, what, when we use the abbreviation of what libraries in 2025 will look like, and what we need to do with the standards to take and encourage growth in that direction. So very, very helpful discussion.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
All right. So what I will do is I'll actually go through and kind of clean this document up, and I will share it with all of you. And then my hope is that it's going to actually lead us into the other conversations with maybe a sense of, hey, wait, that was a need we said that we were probably going to have to address. Should we address it? Should we apply resources to it? And then I also will just say that I recognize that these are actually really hard questions, and I want to encourage you. I mean, I don't think this is a one and done conversation. If you happen to be doing something in your library and you're like, oh yeah, what about this? Don't hesitate to send it to me, and I'll just add it to the document. Because I think we are figuring this out, and we're probably going to come back and revisit this again. So thank you. That was a good discussion. So I'll turn it back over to you, Jenny.
Thanks. That was a really good discussion. And some of the intent behind these discussions is going to continue in our next agenda items. I'm sensitive to the time. It's just about noon. I'm wondering if we would like to take a break, maybe a 20-minute break or so that we can take care of our needs and maybe grab some lunch if you guys need a break, and then we can come back and discuss digital content. That sound all right with folks? So let's come back, at 20 after 12. I want to try to keep our break a little bit short because we do have some continued meaty discussions, and I know we're planning to adjourn by about 2:30. Tracy, I'm not sure the best way to just hold a meeting if we just leave it running and people can mute themselves, or do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, I would suggest everyone mute themselves, and then I'll just put a little note in the chat saying that the Network Advisory Council is on a break and we will reconvene at 12:20.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
The next item on the agenda is a discussion about digital content specifically. We have a number of things going on that have sort of all come together that we felt like it was worthwhile talking about with the Network Advisory Council. Of course, we've seen the increase in demand for Montana Library to Go, the increase in the number of holds. We're putting more funding into providing more content through the Overdrive contract in Montana Library to Go. At the same time, we've been involved in the request for proposal to renew a contract to support Montana Library to Go. Our contract with Overdrive was due for renewal, and we're in the middle of that RFP process. About a year ago, we started a pilot with the Digital Public Library of America to test out the options they have to make additional content available through the DPLA, as well as testing their ebook app, Simply E, which brings together ebook content and e-audio content from different kinds of sources. And then we've also become aware of some opportunities that are available through the Internet Archive. They've supported what they've called the Open Library for many years. I'm sure some of you are familiar with it. The concept is that if you have a physical copy of a book that you give to them for inclusion in a collection that is then stored away, they would make the digital version of that book available for you to circulate to their patrons. And they recently opened up that concept in what they are calling their emergency library. And basically that recognizes that when libraries were physically closed, their physical collections were unavailable to their patrons, even though their patrons and taxpayers had paid for access to that content. And so again, they were opening up their online ebook collection for any library to make that collection available to their patrons. And they were going through a process where they are matching the holdings in our online catalogs to the titles they have available in their digital open library collection. And if your library shows that you have a physical holding that's not available, your patrons can then borrow the ebook version of that title. It's a little bit of a way of getting around some of the copyright questions that Bruce, you raised earlier. Some people have raised some concerns about this model in the past. Some authors have raised concerns about what that looks like. And in those cases, the Internet Archive has simply not made that particular author's titles available through Open Library out of respect for that author's concerns. But by and large, they've heard good support for this kind of model. It's something that could be implemented relatively easily and seamlessly to increase the amount of digital content available to library patrons, and especially content that isn't otherwise available in e-form. Of course, libraries are now opening and reopening in various fashions, but the Internet Archive has concluded that as long as there is a print copy somewhere that isn't available for patrons to check out, that they are comfortable continuing to circulate the digital version of those titles. So there's lots of opportunity for us to think about how we provide access to digital content in different ways to try to meet the significantly increasing demand for digital content. At the same time, we want to try to do that in a really thoughtful way. With opportunities also comes certain challenges, and we want to make sure that as we think about how we can provide access to this kind of content, we're doing so in ways that meets patrons' needs. So Kara's prepared a helpful overview of this information, as well as some questions that we want to discuss with you to help us think through how we approach our digital content issues. So, Kara, I might turn things over to you.
Hi, everyone. So to set the stage for this discussion, in addition to the overview that you have in the memo and what Jenny has just described, I wanted us to imagine the e-resources that we have available as kind of a portfolio, where we have our main vendor at the moment is Overdrive for Montana Library to Go, and the schools also use Overdrive for their program. And we have seen quite a bit of increased use over the last couple of months. We are predominantly serving bestsellers and trying to fulfill holds on high demand items, and those are things that are kind of ephemerally popular, and then they become backlist items, which we have about 50,000 items overall in the collection. And so a lot of those things were really popular at one time, and they remain available. And Overdrive is kind of our primary source for those kind of big 5 publisher titles. And then we have the Internet Archive option, which Jenny described. And in addition to that emergency library option, the Internet Archive already had available about 2.5 million public domain titles. And then we have the Digital Public Library of America platform. So there is, within that pilot, there is what's called the DPLA exchange, which is where collection development takes place, where we can purchase things directly from DPLA through arrangements they have negotiated directly with publishers. And so that could potentially be an opportunity to purchase directly from publishers rather than through a vendor like Overdrive at some point. We have a pilot group of selectors currently evaluating the user experience within the DPLA exchange. Susie is on that pilot group, and she has done some selecting and provided some helpful comments on her experience. And in summary, DPLA's platform is much newer than other vendors' platforms and has some refinement yet to be done. Of course, those other vendors have been around for over 10 years. They've had a lot of time to finesse their product and invest in it. So that's where DPLA is right now in terms of their interface. They can't yet replicate the sophistication that we see from other commercial vendors. However, a great opportunity through DPLA is that we may be able to provide a wider breadth of titles from mid-level independent publishers. There's public domain content. There's the opportunity to provide Montana content, classics, and perhaps even some open educational resources, government documents, titles that may have more progressive licensing models, which is very exciting to consider those possibilities. And so those are kind of the areas of strength currently that we see in the DPLA pilot. And additionally, DPLA has the app that we are developing called Simply E. And this is an open source app which allows us to aggregate all of those resources in one interface, sort of like a discovery layer for e-content. And additionally, we would have the opportunity to pull in content from vendors such as Overdrive or Baker and Taylor into that Simply E interface. And we have not yet got to the level of testing that app with end users. And so the questions here for your consideration are to help us consider if we are imagining all of those different resources as a sort of portfolio, how should we develop a strategy to capitalize on the strengths of those sources? And if we want to fulfill those high demand requests, we want to provide a broad and diverse collection. We want to meet all of the various information and educational needs that we see for students, for citizens. How can we best prioritize and assign those different content areas to these various resources? And are there some other different types of e-resources that we should have represented in our portfolio?
Kara, in your question, there is a glaring need for more content. Do you mean more titles, more volumes, or both?
Yes. I think that we haven't really approached the threshold where we think there's a diminishing return on investment in content. We don't really know where that is yet.
Kara, I don't know if you saw, but Pamela posted something pretty interesting in the chat. I'm assuming LOC's Library of Congress Copyright Office doesn't support the emergency library. It is a little concerning.
Susie shared with me a really great article from the Congressional Research Office, or Service rather, that basically talked about the subject of copyright for ebooks in the COVID-19 environment. I think it was 3 or 4 pages, and it was really, really very helpful. I recommend it highly to everyone. I think that Susie posted it in the chat, so there's a link in chat.
Yeah, I think she did. And just in case you aren't aware, you can download this chat so you have it for later reference. You just do it by clicking on the 3 dots beside the "To Everyone," and then you'll see a saved chat. And that, in case you'd like to go back and explore some of the URLs that have been shared today.
As we start talking about some of these specific questions, I also wanted to share with you just a little bit of feedback from what I'm hearing from other states and other state libraries as well. It's true that LOC doesn't support the emergency library. COSLA, the Chief Officers of State Library Agencies, has signed on in support of the emergency library program. We are previous supporters of the open library program, and many states are taking steps to make use of the emergency library for their own statewide ebook programs. The open library itself, on which the emergency library is modeled, has been around for well over a decade, and it's been a very successful model. It's one in which as people raise legal concerns about copyright, they've never been upheld in any kind of legal form. The other point I wanted to share is that some of the things I'm hearing from other states is that we have power users in our libraries that can really be people we can turn to really help us push out this content and be testing this content and the platforms that we're using to provide the content in a really informal way, simply to get the content in the hands of our users as quickly as possible. So, just saying if you want the content, here's the app. It's not necessarily fully developed at this point, but we'd love your feedback and just putting it in the hands of the users.
So I have a question. I probably could find this out if I had done some research on my own and been prepared. So I apologize if this is a stupid question. But what kind of format is the material in? And is this new platform, is it accessible to folks with disabilities? That's a huge concern for academic libraries because we would not be able to participate and share that material with our patrons or use it or promote it on campus if it's not accessible.
Teresa, I can speak specifically about the Internet Archive content. It's available in EPUB, Kindle, all your standard e-content formats, as well as Daisy Reader format for use with screen readers. So it's very accessible.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
And my understanding is the DPLA content is also your standard EPUB form.
Oh, awesome.
The audio.
Thanks.
Susie put a comment in chat because she is having some audio issues. She said, one example of the glaring need for more content. The guidelines for monthly selection include that we only repurchase expired items, meaning ones that we have licensed for 26 checkouts for a certain number of months, if they have 4 or more holds. I'm pretty sure that most of us would always repurchase a title that has holds. So we often have to weed out materials even if somebody has requested those materials because we cannot afford to renew all of those licenses. That would suck up more than our entire content budget if we only fulfilled holds with that budget. And Bruce says that 2016 is yet another example of tone-deaf constraints placed on public libraries by publishers and distributors, leaving public libraries struggling to find affordable solutions. And that reminds me that we recently had this concern about Macmillan changing their relationship with public libraries and the way they were going to license materials to public libraries. And they were going to put an embargo on new titles so that libraries would be really limited in purchasing those items for several weeks. Oh no. Suzanne says I am not clear. So I'm sorry, I'll try to speak up more clearly. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. So after the library closures, Macmillan took back their embargo policy and we returned to the old terms. And I wonder if this is an opportunity to revisit our licensing model, because I imagine that publishers are also feeling the pain of the disruption of COVID, and perhaps there is a new opportunity to consider what licensing models would be mutually beneficial.
Kara, I have a question about that. Assuming we go with Overdrive or a Baker and Taylor or another standard platform provider as a result of this RFP, do you feel like we're in a position with them to renegotiate those terms based on what you know about how DPLA is approaching licensing content? Do you feel like there's an advantage to continuing to work with DPLA and their work with publishers? Do you have a sense of how we might best approach addressing licensing concerns?
I really do not see much advocacy happening with the vendors. They are not very proactive. They're kind of a pass through. And so if we have another body of representatives for librarians like COSLA that is engaging with publishers, I think that is the most direct and has the most potential. So I don't know about DPLA though. I think it might be too soon to know how far they can get in their negotiations.
But it's fair to say that something we don't have with our current contract is much flexibility in how we negotiate those contract terms.
Yes, I think that is accurate. For that first question about what current needs are not being met, I think I would extend that to include groups that are outside of Montana Library to Go. So schools or academics, are you seeing e-content needs that you are unable to meet that we need to think about how we could perhaps address?
I can speak for Helena, and I think we are one of the schools that are very lucky to be a member of the school library consortium. And so we have, I feel really satisfied with the content that we have. And we also happen to have in our library a healthy budget where we can add our own content in addition to that's been added through the consortium. So I do think that we are unique. I don't think that it is true of many libraries that they have the advantages that we do. And maybe Catherine can speak more about that in her experience.
My wife is part of a book group, and I know that having a contract that would allow multiple copies to go out at one time so that everyone in the group could have a copy of the same ebook would encourage book groups, which is, I think, something we all want to encourage. As it is now, it's of no consequence, or if anything, it sort of discourages.
This is Pamela again from an academic higher education perspective. I think what we usually see, and others from academia can chime in here, is that the need for, of course, textbooks and material that supports the curriculum, and in that sense, we're pushing hard for OER because the textbook thing is probably not going to go anywhere. I don't see the publishers bending over backwards to accommodate us. If anything, they're trying to infiltrate the OER market in their own way.
Susie asks OER, and that's open educational resources.
This is Susie, and I think this might not have to go to the contract, but one of the problems with us needing more materials and having more demand is that there's, I feel like there's friction in the consortium about, should we have another discussion of fairness and equity and how much people should pay? And I think that's just another issue because of the way things are set up and the way things are so expensive. It's really hard. So that's something that our current consortium doesn't do well.
Something that I've been kind of thinking about, this is Kit, is, and I don't know how this would work, but it's just an idea of maybe splitting up the consortiums, because I think part of this friction is big libraries and smaller libraries. The smaller libraries don't have the demand that the bigger libraries do, and the bigger libraries are paying more, but getting to the point where it's harder and harder to actually be able to make those payments because of how expensive it's getting. So I don't even know if that would help, but it's just something I've thought of, like maybe as a whole state and all the different various types of libraries, maybe it just isn't working anymore. I'm not sure.
Is that true that small libraries use Montana Library to go less than do big libraries in terms of in proportionate?
I actually don't know about that, proportion. I just know that, in general, we use it more. Yeah, maybe Kara knows.
And it depends on the library and how much they market it. It really varies from library to library.
I think it's fair to say that larger libraries place, and I'm talking about the 5 or 6 largest libraries, place more holds. And when you look at the cost per circ and break it down by what libraries are paying, smaller libraries pay more per circ, but of course they're paying less in total. There's been a conversation in the Montana Library to Go group as to whether a completely shared collection creates more or less equity than if there were holds sheltering available to larger libraries.
And I think we've seen some of these companies kind of trying to address that, where, say Bozeman is buying its own collection for Bozeman, but then when the books aren't on hold, they open up to the rest of the consortium, which I think is interesting. And maybe Overdrive has something like that, but it costs, perhaps.
What would be the statewide role for MSL to try to inject funds in this to address some of these equity issues? And if there is a role, how much money would it cost? And knowing that, is this any more or less important than some of the other statewide things the state library does?
And I think tacking on to Bruce's questions, if we had sort of limitless access to content where patrons weren't confronted with the barriers of not being able to find the content that they needed, would the question of what libraries are paying for that content be as troublesome as what it is? Is the question, the concern really about access for patrons, or is it about cost?
Jenny, I think it's about both. I mean, we're paying our bill was $37,000 for Montana Library to Go last year, and our patrons complain about how long they have to wait for things because and some of them are sophisticated and know to go check every day so that they can get their name up early on a list, but some are not. And so I really think it's about both. I think, as Kit said, I don't think we can afford to continue paying that type of funds when our patrons are complaining to us about how long they have to wait for materials.
Mm-hmm. So I think that answers my question in a way. If patrons' needs were being satisfied, would you feel like you were getting good value for what you were paying? It sounds like you're feeling like that value is strained because
if their needs were being met, but also the more you provide them, the more they want. And that's, I mean, that is something we know from all collections. And so where do you draw the line at how much you can pump into something like that?
I agree. We purchased Hoopla a little over a year ago, and I thought we would see demand go down a little bit with Montana Library to Go, and it didn't happen. I mean, it's just been a year, but I'm looking at our numbers, and it didn't. The demand is still there. Like Honor said, the more you give, the more they'll take. But I do think that if the demands were getting met, I would be much more comfortable with the price we're paying for it.
Just a question for either Honor or Kit. If there was no Montana Library to Go and you were purchasing e-materials for your patrons, what would it cost you? So that there were no complaints about the time it took to get a book.
Well, we would be paying the platform fee, I think, that the state is paying for, and I'm not exactly sure how much that is. So it would be a significant amount more than what we're paying now, I believe.
We used to talk about more is always more. It's nice to see that little rule still pertains. My sense is, given the way that these materials are licensed, not sold, that it would never be possible to meet demand.
So Bruce, as part of our opening day collection, we decided that we would purchase Baker and Taylor's Access 360 for our patrons. And it was after visiting with John Finn for a long time, and John, they did that in Helena, and Helena's amount of holds on items in Montana Library to Go went down so that our patrons wouldn't be putting such a strain on Montana Library to Go, and there'll be opportunity for other patrons to use those items. And I mean, it's too early for me to say because we're just going to open it to the public in July probably, but it'll be interesting to see if we have the same experience that John had in Helena.
Well, I am one of John's customers, and I do experience irritating waits for materials. That's not much of a sample, is it?
No.
One sort of aside about the DPLA and the Simply E app. It can be set up. We haven't tested this yet, but it can be set up so that an individual library could have their own unique user interface where you can have your shared collections alongside your locally licensed collections like Access 360. And then again, there's the public domain content that could be added in to all libraries' collections as well.
This is Susie, and Overdrive does have an advantage program. When we very first wrote the bylaws to Montana Library to Go, we said that people couldn't have side collections, and I personally still feel like that was a good idea, but it seems to me that it might be time to re-examine that, because if libraries are purchasing these Hoopla and Access 360, we might be better served by letting them have the advantage collections, so that everybody just has to still have the one app that they have to teach their patrons. And if the libraries were able to buy more copies of their items, it would do the same thing. It would reduce the amount of holds. It does lower the incentive for other libraries to give to the consortium as a whole, but I think the consortium is better off if libraries are investing with the same app. So I don't know, maybe that's something we need to look at.
Great to hear, Susie.
Are you falling over, Kit? Because I fought so hard against it. Please fall over. I just had to eat a lemon. I ate a lemon in order to say that.
I do, one thing is that's been hard for us to give that donation of, an extra amount of money when we already know that we're paying so much and that it's not really going to help the whole situation. So that is something that we have been hesitant to do anyway, although we did do it during the COVID crisis. So I think it's a great idea to look at Advantage.
This is Pamela. I just wanted to chime in and say that our version of Academic Overdrive, we have a number of institutions that do the Advantage account as well. My only concern, I guess, is giving all the business to Overdrive.
And not to dun on about it, but from a policy point of view, what do these decisions do in terms of encouraging equitable access to materials throughout the state?
Mm-hmm.
Which, as long as the state library is participating in any way, either with personnel or with money, seems to be a legitimate question.
I think we would have the opportunity to measure that if we were to conduct a pilot with a couple of libraries, as has been discussed in committee of the Montana Library to Go, if they wanted to see how an Advantage collection impacts the holds for the consortium. If we see that there is an adverse impact towards libraries that do not have the resources to have local collections, then that would be definitely something that we would bring back to the consortium and need to have a real conversation about what is the intent of having a consortium as opposed to these siloed collections and trying to address local need first.
And Bruce, my thinking on this has changed because I've been looking at the perfect as the enemy of the good. And so in my mind, the very best is if everybody just invests in the consortium and we all just try to make the consortium better. But that's not what's happening, is because people can't have Advantage collections, they're getting side collections, which is not good for Montana Library to Go. Whereas if people invest in Montana Library to Go, just like Honor said, you know, her investing in another platform hopefully will take some burden off of Montana Library to Go. So if we can encourage those sorts of things to happen, I think it's better for the overall. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I need to research what the Advantage collection is. I don't know what that is. So I'll go and do that offline. And next time we have this discussion, I'll be able to better understand what's going on.
One of the other thoughts that I've been having around digital content is, and it's sort of been in the back of my mind as I've thought about public library standards and what those standards could look like post COVID-19, is what would it look like if we took a more standardized approach in our libraries to how we invest our budgets in digital content. We all talk about what we have available to invest in digital content and who's contributing more and who's contributing less. We know that there's limitless demand. And these are not fully formed thoughts, as you can tell, by any means, but should we think about approaching investment in digital content in a more standardized way from a budget perspective? You know, I've heard people say that they're as they've been closed, shifting their print budget to digital. That's something that we've been talking at the state library about for years, that just looking at digital content as part of our overall collection development budget. I don't know. Like I said, not fully formed thoughts.
Not to, I feel like I'm talking so much, but I feel like there's kind of two issues going on here. There's one, like the practical, you know, how are we going to budget and how much is everybody going to pay and how are we going to make this consortium work? That's one pot. And then the other pot is just the unfairness of the licensing models that we're dealing with. And, you know, how can we get copyright and these different things to be more friendly to libraries. And I think that we need to work on both issues because I don't think we're ever going to solve the money issue unless we get more favorable copyright. I mean, it's ridiculous that we as libraries pay $84 for a ebook that costs a regular user $12.99. I mean, we're never going to be able to make it work when we're looking at those constraints.
I agree with Susie. It seems to me that actually that has within it a little bit of an existential crisis. I mean, public libraries can't afford to purchase materials. Then what's our role? I mean, we have to be able to purchase materials. It's clear that materials will be both analog and digital. This licensing thing is not working for us now. I have no idea whether it's working for publishers and distributors, but really something has to change. And it was mentioned earlier that perhaps now is a time to appear on someone's doorstep with pitchforks and torches. It may be that the current COVID crisis gives us an opening to get people's attention and seriously address this problem. And I'm encouraged to hear that COSLA continues to advocate for something more reasonable.
Mm-hmm. I think COSLA and the DPLA, they're the groups. You know, the ALA is trying. We don't always see eye to eye in the work that ALA is doing, but in working with DPLA, I think that's where I've seen the most momentum.
I have a question about some of the other resources that we have brought up, and it seems like this conversation usually is focused on the holds queues and the demand for the hot items, which is understandable because that's definitely our most acute pain point. Do you, and I mean, honestly, do you see value in developing that broader collection, cultivating more of a collection of mid-level or smaller publishers' materials, so that when the book that you want is not available for 6 months, you at least have other things that are available? Is that something that we should value more and perhaps place more emphasis on? Or is that really not important and we should really be focusing most of our attention on that acute problem of filling demand and trying to fundamentally shift those licensing models? Or both? Or I'm just trying to think about like what is of value to you outside of, you know, trying to fulfill this problem with the holds.
So I just went to an archived webinar the other day on data visualizations for decision making, random. But one of the things that these two folks were talking about was they did a survey on exactly that question for all their users. Would you rather have shorter waits for the books you want or more diverse collection? And what was interesting was overwhelmingly they said a more diverse collection, and which was not what they were thinking they were going to get. And that's how I've always kind of felt too. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know if that's the case for Montana. Perhaps that could be something we ask. Not sure.
Speaking personally, when the lockdown started, I was poking around and I found this excellent sounding offer by Amazon for Kindle Unlimited. And it was basically for, I don't remember, $10 a month or something, we could have access to, you know, unlimited access to Kindle. Well, it's 1 million items or so. And I paged through them and didn't find anything I wanted to read. And so I guess speaking just as a user, I'm just like most other folks, sadly. Generally, I'm looking for bestsellers. I'm looking for the stuff that's, you know, on that front shelf when you walk in the library, that's the stuff that just came out, or the next thing in a series of books, or the next splashy photo book on Yellowstone National Park. Not the obscure thing on you know, wool gathering in Scotland during this 19th century.
Oh, that sounds fascinating.
I agree with that. I agree with that somewhat, Bruce, but I think we could definitely do a much better job curating collections and hand selling, which is the wrong term, but selling those mid-level titles of that, you know, if all you've heard about are the hot books, but then you come on Libby or Montana Library Go or wherever we're doing it, and we have these, check out the, you know, these cool mysteries, or check out this stuff, or if we were able to do a better job with some of that, I think we could drive more use toward those mid-level stuff, because the fact is that a lot of the mid-level stuff is actually better written than the bestseller stuff.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly the experience that the libraries that are using DPLA are finding. They're curating these custom swim lanes of collections of, you know, titles about their states or from their state's authors, those kinds of curated collections, the classics that are available in public domain content that, you know, people have always talked about reading and never taken the time to read, those kinds of things.
Well, now I'm really wondering if there is, because we have this immense backlog of materials that, not backlog, but backlist of materials in Montana Library to Go, and then also these other resources that probably have things that people might really enjoy if they were aware of them. And is there some kind of tool or something that we could implement within an app that could serve up material based on, just as consumer options provide, that you liked this, so here are some options that, you know, you're waiting for these other books, but here's some stuff that you specifically would really like. Because our current curation, I do some of the collections on the Montana Library to Go homepage, and they have these kind of curated collections, but it's really sort of a very impersonal way to curate materials of, like, here's some cozy mysteries, but maybe you don't like mysteries. So is there a way to tailor that to the individual user within the app? That's kind of a rhetorical question, but it's something that just occurred to me. I would really like to know more about that, because that could help to push relevant content that we already have available and maybe maximize what we've already invested in.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody know about the technology and if it has that kind of functionality?
I didn't see anything from Overdrive in the RFP, but there was some stuff that you could pay extra for from some of the other, at least one of the other vendors. Kate, do you remember which, or Kara, do you remember which one it was that had Novelist?
Was that Biblioteca? Yeah, I think I remember writing the Novelist in the notes for them.
And Pamela commented that it would be good to pressure publishers to provide the flexibility to flip to an online copy while libraries are closed, at least temporarily.
When I went to
I think it's something we should ask Overdrive about.
But when I went to the library school back in the 1930s, that we talked about selective dissemination of information, SDI, and the idea was that you're a librarian, particularly in a special library setting, but also in any kind of library. They saw you walk in and they would say, you know, here it is. This is a book that, or an article that you really will want to read. And the closest we've seen that now are some of the commercial things. You like this book, now you like this book from Amazon. But I think, actually, I'm set this out in the text. I would be willing to tell my library more about myself if I had some assurance of privacy, and if it meant that I got SDI type services for the materials I was interested in.
Mm-hmm. We haven't spent any time looking at some of the other questions that staff posed. So specifically about looking at some of these other platforms like the Internet Archive Emergency Library and DPLA, whether or not now is a good time to be thinking about them or not. If so, how might we proceed in a rollout or testing of some of these other kinds of applications? I think the first question there is now the right time to transition users to a new app. Ooh, I'm using my screen. Tracy, can you read that?
Yeah, absolutely. Is now the right time to transition users to a new app where there is one place where they can access new content as well as other collections? I guess I would say, just as someone kind of listening to the conversation and recording your thoughts, maybe part of that question is, it almost seems like some of you are like, let's invest in Overdrive. 100,000 plus Montanans are using it. It's obviously a platform that works for them. And others of you are like, should we invest in different platforms so we're not giving everything to Overdrive? So maybe you need to think of it that way. I mean, maybe that's your fundamental question. Do you just continue with Overdrive, or are you ready to try something different and see how it works?
I don't even think it's an either or, because with something like a DPLA, that kind of aggregator, you have access to all of your Overdrive content, plus local collections if local libraries are investing in Access 360 and those kinds of individual library collections, plus some of the content that DPLA is bringing to the table. So it's a different user interface, but you have access to all of the same content and potentially more.
This is probably a question best asked of users, in a sampling of users. As librarians, we are more comfortable from switching to platform, but I've got to say, those of us who are using these products, we're just using these products, and I have a fairly low amount of interest in learning a new interface, unless it gets me great new material. But that would be a question for other people to answer. I think people are slow to switch platforms and only switch when they have to.
I don't know. My sense is that, especially, well, a lot of users are very quick and ready to jump on the latest social media platform.
Yeah, and I just quit Facebook. So I think it very well may be a generation thing.
Yeah.
That's why I think
I
think it's worth asking a question generally of users and get a sampling to get a sense for whether to be welcomed or resisted.
I kind of feel like, maybe it's simply a matter of standing something up and getting out of the way, and making sure that patrons know that it's available to them, and letting those who want to adopt and try something adopt and try it and just get out of the way.
I would think too that as long as you can really outline and be very clear about why it's beneficial, or why it's better than what was before, or why we're making the change, that would be good. Because if it's just changing platforms for roughly the same access to the same content, I think people will just be really annoyed. But if you can show them that actually you get many more options and hold times are less or whatever it is, I do think they'd be more willing than not to switch to a new platform.
I agree. When we got Hoopla, we really didn't get much, even just questions. Everybody just kind of jumped on and did it. So that was our experience. There wasn't too much complaints.
I think that the value will be greater for libraries that are pulling together a greater portfolio of e-resources. Like, I am also a Lewis and Clark patron, and I love having 3 different options, which feels really unfair. I know some libraries only have Montana Library to Go, but if I can't find it in Montana Library to Go, I look at Access 360 or I look at Hoopla, but it's also kind of a pain to toggle between 3 different apps and try to remember, oh, where did I download that one? And so to have that all pulled together in one app would be pretty cool. But for a library that only has Montana Library to Go, are they only swapping out Libby for Simply E, or how do we do some value add to Simply E for that library? And that's what I'm asking about, these other resources that are not a vendor like Overdrive, that are not going to be that kind of investment.
Mm-hmm. Kara, I don't know how robust some of the public domain content is that's available in DPLA, and how it overlaps or not with the content that's available in Overdrive.
They do have quite a lot of public domain content, which is on our list to evaluate. And I don't really want to put Susie on the spot because I don't know if that was something that she really focused on when she was building carts, but it was something that I was hoping we could evaluate the potential value to end users. Is it, because honestly, sometimes you look at public domain stuff and it's like Bruce said, like you get 1 million titles and a lot of it is kind of junk. So how do we sift out like what would be really of interest to users?
Is there an opportunity to talk to folks in Texas and Connecticut about any of the ways they've curated some of that public domain content, or again, is it just something where we just add it and let people explore it?
Yeah, maybe both of those.
Mm-hmm.
But in a way that we can organize it so that it's not, people are not having to sift through a bunch of stuff they don't really want to see.
Yeah.
So Belinda posted that it seems like a really stressful time for changes. And she was thinking about Susie's story about the 91-year-old that was just recently helped with Libby. Pamela says she does agree with Jenny. I believe she was responding to your comment about should we just build it and get out of the way. Bruce said he was comfortable with being an outlier, and maybe we should just build it and see if people come. He would like to know what the cost would be to do that.
So Bruce, the cost is built into the state library budget already. So for at least the public libraries, we haven't opened it up to school libraries yet. but at least for public libraries, the cost is already covered. It's, of course, staff time to do the collection development work and to set up the app, the individual apps.
Sounds good. I will I will watch your progress with interest. And fortunately, staff has nothing else to do.
And this is Susie. I do think people find it annoying to have to go to different silos, but we're totally used to it. I mean, like you find out a movie you want to watch and you're like, where is it? Is it on Hulu? Is it on Netflix? Is it on Prime? Who has the HBO password? I mean, that is kind of a given in our current environment for people that are online. So it's annoying, but I think it's an annoyance people would put up with.
Yeah, I'm persuaded. I look forward to seeing how this works. You know, like most patrons, I truly don't care where my stuff comes from as long as I can get my stuff now. It doesn't cost me anything, and that it's convenient to get there, and you know, maybe DeepLA with having a consistent interface that takes and pulls some of this stuff together would save the time of the user, which is something we're all pledged to do, and might be a really good thing. But patrons don't care where it comes from, I don't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Pamela posted a good business opportunity for someone to offer a standardizing platform, and Susie responded, that's the idea behind Simply E. It does aggregate your content. And I think it was quite a while ago that we showed this, and I don't have it handy, but I remember when DPLA did a demo for the NAC, they had this great visual that showed you how it worked. That might be something nice to send out to NAC members.
Yes.
Is there a running version of Simply E that we can have access to?
We do have some pilot libraries that we've set up. I think I would talk to Rebecca Camp about doing I was just thinking about how we could do a demo next time.
It's a great idea.
It would be fun to actually kick the tires myself.
Mm-hmm.
I assume other NAC members would feel the same way, and sort of play with things, we play with things, the way we play with things, and then evaluate it that way rather than watch a canned presentation.
The Simply E app is available in your standard app stores. And then we can send out information about some of the demo information. Kara, I'm looking at time. I want to ask, is it useful to go through some of these additional questions about local library contributions?
It might be good for people to just kind of think about this, and maybe this is not something we have to react to right now, but to keep in mind that we have these additional resources with kind of different opportunities to serve up content, and how could we make the best use of those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody else have any thoughts or ideas that they want to share or questions you want to pose with regard to these very challenging questions of handling digital content and fulfilling users' needs? Okay. So let's go ahead and move on then. The next item on the agenda is revisiting some of the discussions that we had earlier in the year about some of the state libraries' work plan priorities, particularly as they relate to some of the challenges that we've been facing with COVID-19. We wanted to ask the NAC to weigh in again on the priorities that we had discussed previously, as well as some of the needs that we've been hearing from libraries as we've been going through the current pandemic crisis. Back in November when we met, we had talked about continuing support for the shared catalog. We talked at length about analyzing courier capacity and thinking about what an idealized courier model might look like and how we could potentially get there. Coordinating economic development efforts. We had a great discussion with Anne earlier. I think we're making great progress in that area. With regard to the courier, much of that work is currently suspended, although libraries are starting to talk about when courier options will resume, and then continuing support for professional development. And Tracy's compiled information from the COVID-19 check-ins that have been happening weekly that capture some of the concerns that we have been hearing. We wanted to share those with you in order to help have you think about where we might think about focusing our energies as we go forward in the pandemic. So, and again, we have a series of questions for you. So Tracy, I'll turn it over to you to lead that series of discussions.
Okay. It was kind of interesting to me in looking at that list how many of you mirrored it when we did our own COVID-19 debriefing.
Right.
So that's starting to, I don't know if Joe's still on here, but she's a researcher and she talks about, you know, that you're getting to something when multiple data points point the same direction. So what I wanted to do with this is I have kind of a series of very practical questions that staff had where they wanted to just kind of discuss this with NAC members and get your feedback, and then some maybe bigger picture questions, with the idea being that at the end of this discussion, we might have some sense of where you think the state library can add the most value in helping, you know, meet the needs of Montanans, and then obviously through the work we do serving libraries. So I'm just going to kind of do what I did before. I think all of you are used to my style now. We'll just kind of go through the questions and we can jump around if we need to, because you had these in your memo. So sort of based on what you read and the needs in your own experiences, where do you think MSL staff should focus their energies? Where do you think we can do the most good?
Well, I think you should just do everything plus more.
That's hilarious coming from you, Susie, because we're similar. Oh, Nancy's in agreement. Problem solved. Would it be helpful maybe to come back to that, or go ahead?
Well, I think in all seriousness, I think that the Montana Shared Catalog, helping everybody transition from being open to being closed and then back open, I think that was really, really important. And I think all the digital work was really, really important. And I think that the online meetups and the support that was provided about best practices, those were the things that I found most helpful.
Anyone else?
I think we can go on, and I'm sure our other discussions will spark other ideas.
Sounds good. So this next question is one we have been really struggling with. Typically, we have 3 or 4 different kind of major face-to-face offerings. We have either a Leadership Institute or a Directors Institute. The Directors, we're in a year where we were going to offer the Directors Institute. We have a fall workshop. We have usually some face-to-face trustee workshops, and then there's a variety of other smaller things. It's a big unknown whether or not it's very safe to host these, and we can certainly continue as we have been, which is just making the decisions as we get closer to whenever the event is going to occur. There is also the possibility, though, that we could just say, okay, maybe no face-to-face workshops this year, and we return to them as a possible offering in fiscal year 2022, I guess it would be, so starting July 1 of 2021. And we just kind of wanted to get your feedback if we should just do the wait and see approach, or if we should pull the plug and reallocate the money in different ways. And then I think I'm gonna just check here and see if Joe has any comments. And she was just talking about getting a good workout with online meetups and training the past couple of months.
I am here, and this is Joe, and I will just add in that I have kind of delayed my usual progress in organizing the fall workshops because we're just not sure about things, and definitely need your input on, is it okay to kind of see how things are and make decisions later, or is that you do really need to know well enough in advance to be able to plan to attend things? And I guess maybe the underlying question is, personally, are you going to make a personal decision to just not attend group gatherings no matter what a governor's phase plan says, or we hear from authorities? I mean, because I think in the end, that will make a difference too.
This is Bruce. It strikes me that the state library should not sponsor any face-to-face meetings of any sort, including training, until we either have an adequate therapy for COVID-19, or until we have a widely acceptable vaccine. It's not responsible, and I don't want the state library being responsible for people getting ill. So that would be my vote as a commissioner.
I can say for the MLA board, we had a brief meeting a couple weeks ago about trying to figure out all the different fall retreat and MLA conference next year. So we're trying to figure all that out as well. We have a meeting on June 18th, so I think we'll kind of really flesh all that out then.
Let's show some leadership and get really good at virtual meetings and virtual training.
I'm happy with that decision if that's what people feel. I'm I mean, online learning and training is my wheelhouse, so I'm really I'm happy to move in that direction. Actually, I think there's a lot of things about online that is great. There are certain things you just can't do. I mean, obviously can't do surgery online, but there's lots of things in terms of training that require people to be in the same physical space with one another. So it would mean we would be doing different kinds of training. I mean, just to give this some point of reference, right now we delayed the Directors Institute and set a tentative date with our facilitator and our venue for August. And as the days and weeks go by, that's looking, I don't know how how comfortable would you all be in coming together and being in the same space with 50 other librarians for 3 or 4 days in Great Falls in August? I mean, what's the chances you're going to sign up for that? I mean, maybe that gives it a kind of container that feels more real to discuss it. There we are, starting to get not comfortable.
I've been talking to the state a lot about what we can expect in the way of support for cleaning and sanitization, and we don't often hold these kinds of trainings at the state library, but I would certainly be asking questions of various venues, and the answer is there isn't a lot of support out there for us. So I know that we'll be taking that into consideration as we think about trying to bring back staff and open up our conference rooms. In these discussions, I was told that the state Capitol building conference rooms, they will not have any staff or public meetings in person for at least the calendar year.
And it doesn't sound like there's much support in the chat box anyway for face-to-face meeting in August, and I'm just going to make the leap that that's probably the way you're going to feel about a month later in September.
So is the consensus of the group to not have any face-to-face workshops? I mean, we have options. We could say no face-to-face workshops through the calendar year, as Jenny said, or you can choose to say through the fiscal year. So no face-to-face July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
Tracy, this is Anne, and I'm not on the NAC. Is it okay if I talk?
No, just telling you, Anne. Of course it's okay. We love it when you talk.
It's really adorable that you asked.
I know you accept public comment, and I know that people don't always respect when I accept public comment, so I just want to be sure. I think that the calendar year is a great idea to go through that, but I also just Belinda had posted a comment about this being a legislative year, and so I think that we're going to have to take that as it comes a little bit and maybe not make an across the board nothing face to face, because there may be times when it's appropriate to go face to face. I don't imagine that it would be, but I wouldn't want to establish a policy that completely ruled out face to face, especially during a legislative year. But I'm heartened that the legislature at this point is holding all of their activities online. We have a subcommittee hearing coming up next Friday that's completely online. So I'm glad. It sounds like, I don't think the Capitol was prepared to do that at first, but it sounds like they've gotten themselves prepared to do that. So I definitely support reallocating funding to online, but not making a policy that wouldn't include appropriate exceptions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Anne. It's a great summary. What do others think? I mean, am I correct? Because there's a few of you we haven't heard from. So is the consensus of the group go ahead and shift to online? I mean, we don't have to say no face-to-face workshops or meetings. The only thing we have to consider is budget ramifications. However, we've done it before where we've done face-to-face workshops with state library staff if something should happen, and it should become safe for us to come together later in the year. So yeah, just have like a little.
It will impact the Directors Institute because that the funding for that is in fiscal year 2021, and not holding it this summer would probably mean putting it off at least a year and moving it into a new fiscal year. And because the content of that, we can shift some things online, but the content and design of that event was really built around a cohort of library directors, a very homogeneous cohort being together and having the opportunity to do some work that just requires being together. So it's, it's really hard. Some things do not, like I said, some things just don't transfer to online. As Bruce says, he loathes online. I don't loathe it myself. I think there are lots of times when it's actually the best choice, but for certain kinds of training, it's not. And so we will have to look at some alternatives for that money, and that was appropriated for that, and find other good ways to spend it. It's not like we don't have ideas, right, Tracy?
Oh yeah, we always have ideas, which is great. Okay, I'm sensing consensus with the group.
I am not seeing any.
I'm not seeing any. Don't do it.
There's no dissension. Hearing no dissension. That's the way.
Yes.
Go online, like it or not.
Yeah, we will go ahead then.
Let's try to make it. We have generally committed to very few resources to online learning. Really cash resources, staff, but time. But and there are some opportunities to get some terrific presenters that we've just never had a budget to pay somebody for online learning. So let's look at it very creatively and do the best we can do and do the right kinds of things online too. I'd listened to a lot of people talk about concerns and opportunities today, and there's many of those topics can be addressed and create a Montana cohort for things.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, everyone. I do want to go back to Belinda's comment because she actually had another piece to it, asking about MSL staff and lobbying. So most of the staff that work with libraries are paid with federal funds, Belinda, so they cannot lobby. There is a small portion of my salary that is general fund, and interestingly enough, I am working on doing a advocacy cohort. I've actually been learning Moodle so that I can do a blended learning. So that's kind of how we'll try to respond to that as well. And I'll just put in a plug. There is a government affairs committee, and you would be welcome to join that if you are interested in being a part of advocating for libraries. All right, so let's talk about the Courier study. This was something that you had mentioned as a priority, and we just want to know, does it still make sense to complete this? This was just to give you a refresher. You had suggested Montana's big. Geographically, it's a challenge to move physical items around the state. And Pamela let us know about an organization within MSU that could do a logistical study of the Courier. There may be others out there, actually, who could also do this. And so we could potentially go through a limited solicitation or some other kind of procurement process and find someone to study this for us and give us a recommendation on how we might be able to increase that service statewide. Is this still the time to do this? Does it still make sense?
Yes. I think this would be great.
Do others?
I think it's more important now than it was before because people are, well, budgetarily, it seems people will be struggling. And to be able to share things more readily would be great.
This is a little off topic, but we have suspended interlibrary loan and sharing. Is that what most other libraries have done? Are most libraries going to start sharing again?
Well, we're suspended right now, but by phase 3, we won't be.
I'm looking at this list quickly to see if somebody from Partners is here. I know Honora's from Partners, but there's a subcommittee of Partners right now that is putting together some protocols for that group to follow, and they will need to agree as a group as to when they resume, but I expect they will want to resume, as Honora said, if not earlier than phase 3, then at least as we enter phase 3.
Kara, this is Stacy. Sean just had sent out a message on Wired that was talking about wanting to open June 15th. And I don't know, it'd be nice that if we could use the courier to get the books back to the home libraries, I think right now. As for starting to share at this time, do we really want to move into that? I don't know.
Looks like there were a couple of comments. Nancy says, we are suspended but ready to start sharing. Jody says we are hoping to resume by the end of summer. And then Susie says it seems like we need to decide to resume together. So from those of you we haven't heard from, do you think we should proceed with this study? And it's okay if you don't have an opinion, by the way. That's perfectly acceptable. So Nancy says yes. Okay. I am seeing some general consensus, so that is what I'm going to put down then, that the general consensus is we should continue with that. All right. So this next question really begins to go more into the specific priorities that you chose. Are they still a priority? Do you still want us to work on those? Given what you've discussed earlier with the debriefing and the needs that you saw, has anything changed?
Do you have a list you can splash on the screen, Tracy?
Absolutely. So these are the needs that the library's identified, and if I make it smaller, we might be able to get both. And then right above that, these are the priorities that you had mentioned. And it might be best to think about this one along with the last question, which was, should we start shifting some of our services or some of the things we're doing to support digital content and or internet access?
It looks like the needs that libraries have identified during your check-ins are certainly legitimate questions and legitimate needs that need, if they can be addressed, to be addressed. They are largely focused on the COVID-19. I like to think of the Corvid, thinking of it as sort of a raven sort of flapping across the skies in sort of a viral manner. But the ones up above, the 4 bullets up above, are really sort of, long-term things. Is there a way of sort of parsing those into strategically into different little piles and pursuing them differently?
That's a good question. Were you going to say something, Stacy? Did you?
Oh, sorry, I had my mic on.
Oh. So to answer your question, Bruce, certainly I think there is. I would say when I look at that list, and I'm hesitant because I don't want to push the NAC one way or the other, but as I look at that list of needs in the COVID-19 check-ins, and I think these are going to be long-term, basically, I feel like a lot of that comes under Amelia's line of work. And so what I would need to do is really make sure that we don't overburden Amelia or that we shift some of our staff to support that. I mean, I think there's a role probably for Joe in the online training, and there's a role for the consultants too in helping Amelia. And the reason I bring that up is the fourth point under here, support library staff and trustee professional development in the areas of community leadership and civil engagement, might have had a slightly different focus than those specific needs. And so do we want to maybe let go of that? Which I'm kind of hesitant to do, actually, because one of the things that you and other members of the NAC were talking about earlier with the debriefing with COVID-19 is how can libraries kind of navigate the tricky political waters. And I have heard from other librarians and actually local government leaders who would really like to see libraries create more civic and civil engagement, like long term. So it's a hard one to give up.
So Tracy, why couldn't your needs list be tucked in underneath your 4th solid bullet of the above paragraph?
It probably could be. I mean, we define community leadership as much about being able to advocate for libraries.
I mean, it's one thing to talk abstractly about community leadership, but it's an instance of that, a concrete instance of that would be talking about mental health challenges. And we talked earlier during this meeting about suicide prevention and stuff. And a lot of the things you have connecting, we talked about that in this group, and we talked about with Sarah, we talked about tenant landlord tenant issues. I mean, many of the things we talked about earlier in this meeting could quite nicely tuck into what you talk about with community leadership and civic engagement. And I don't know. I mean, you couldn't go wrong talking about mental health challenges during COVID-19 stuff in any community in Montana. And that would certainly fulfill, I would think, some of the obligations of bullet point 4 in the upper list and provide some real immediately needed content. It doesn't seem to me like there's any tension between those. I'm guessing that the lower list would expand and change over time, which is 18, and that's we're flexible. In fact, maybe the strategy is just to do away with the second list, but make it sort of, I guess, little square bullets. I think is the next sort of move to the right as instances of leadership and engagement.
Yeah, I think we could do that, and I think that does make sense. Do others agree?
Mm-hmm. This is Susie, and I agree. And I think community leadership and civil engagement is going to be really important because there's so much misinformation out there. And, what people are supposed to be doing and how we're going to move through this election and how we're going to move through wearing masks or not wearing masks and managing people's safety. I think that falls right into community leadership and civil engagement.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in?
One thing I was just going to say earlier, specifically thinking about connecting with others during times of social isolation, I think this hits on a discussion we had earlier about the role that library has played as connectors and bringing people together, and what people get from that when we can come together in a physical space, and how we can address those same kinds of needs, even if it's in a digital or virtual space.
All right. So what I would say, not hearing any disagreement, I'm going to take silence as consensus. Actually, the priorities that we chose are good priorities. It's just that for that fourth one, we know what our focus is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be the needs that have come up with the COVID-19.
Yep.
Or as some people call it, the COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
I like your idea, Bruce.
I would like to defend.
Giving the Raven like its prominence in this. Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I have been accused of Raven quite a bit, so I wear that medal honorably.
So we know what Hogsworth. How we know what house you're in.
I guess so, although I'm not sure, but I'll take it. Sure.
All right.
So, and I think the other thing is that that list will change over time, and I think Amanda, those get-togethers you're hosting weekly, I think are a great way, as well as the rest of the library staff's engagement with our community. When stuff emerges, we should take and tuck them into that list and figure out what priority they are in things. And Joe, I think that many of those things could be addressed quite nicely virtually, as loathsome as that might be. I didn't know you were going to share that. So,
no, I agree. It is entirely possible to address a lot of these concerns, and I'm looking at this and getting. We've already done some of it, but I think there's a lot more that we can do to kind of help connect people, and between Amelia's work and mine, I'm sure we can get a lot done.
Super duper.
And this last question.
Now you can watch for our first online conference in September instead of the fall workshop.
So the last question on here is kind of related to the discussion you just had. Is it time to shift to supporting and providing access to more digital content? Frankly, we've shifted as best we can to improving broadband access for libraries and Montanans through the Mobile Hotspot project, and then Suzanne has been deep at work, like Jenny mentioned, with Jim Simmel-Roth, and actually Suzanne's doing a lot on her own to kind of figure out how to help those libraries in the Gigabit Toolkit reports. So we sort of just started working on this one, by the way, the last one of improving broadband access. I guess my question for you, as you go in, especially thinking about the library development budget, is it time to shift to supporting and providing access to more digital content? And that's something you'll have to wrestle with. Any final thoughts? Anything come to you? Anything you want to make sure I capture? All right, Jenny, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thanks, Tracy, and thank you all for your continued input. The last item on the agenda, which I hope will be well informed by our previous discussions, is a look at the FY21 library development budget. This is an action item for the Network Advisory Council. And I'm afraid I have to start this discussion with some disappointing news. Disappointing, but maybe not surprising. As you all know, we talked about this at an earlier meeting. We've had a fairly significant increase in our federal FY20 LSTA award. And we had originally planned on talking about the priorities for how we would spend that increase award. We received word last week from the governor's budget office that revenue projections for our coal severance tax funds are down fairly significantly from where they were a year ago when those funds were appropriated to the state library. And so there's information in your cover memo about the amount of the coal severance tax declines as they're being projected, about 10% lower this fiscal year and about 20% lower next fiscal year, or about $95,000. We were appropriated $567,000 in coal severance tax funds, and the projection for next fiscal year is about $475,000 in actual coal severance tax cash revenue, or about $95,000. So it's sort of a good and bad. We're fortunate that we have the increase in LSTA funds. Those funds are stable and secure. It does mean, though, that we have less overall funding for library development work for next fiscal year because of the decline in coal severance tax funds. So in thinking about how to mitigate those concerns, the staff have prepared a draft recommended budget for you to look at. There's a couple of things I wanted to be sure and point out. The question that was asked earlier about advocacy work, and Tracy mentioned that a portion of her salary is budgeted with state general fund dollars so that she has the opportunity to help with advocacy. That's the first line item in the budget that you see. We'd had a request at your March meeting to get an idea of what our personal services costs look like for each of the library development areas, and so those are included in the budget here as well. I'm not going to hit on each of these line items, but there is $10,000 recommended to continue the work that Anne and Amelia talked about earlier this morning to support economic development in libraries. There is the continued hosting for Overdrive. At the time we were developing this budget, we were fairly certain that Overdrive would be the content provider for Montana Library to Go. That RFP is still in process, so that might change, but it might not. Bruce, to your question, that this is where there's also funding for the DPLA pilot. There's the funding for the Federation grants. The Library Leadership Conference line item budget, that $14,000 for the Directors Institute, that may be reduced based on your recommendations to move to a virtual conference. And we had looked at what those costs might be to host a virtual conference rather than an online conference, but that would free up some funds there. There's ongoing funding, of course, for the Montana Shared Catalog and funding for OCLC. I think that the biggest place where I hope we'll see some movement in this budget is in the OCLC group services contract. We had hoped that OCLC would get us a cost proposal by this meeting. Kara, I'm guessing you haven't heard anything from them at this point.
We have not.
they have been impossible to work with, and this is incredibly frustrating. But what is included in the budget here is the cost based on continuing our current contract. We know that we plan to change the nature of that contract, and so we anticipate seeing what we hope will be some significant cost savings there. But we are being conservative in our projections at this point, knowing that that could give us some flexibility in the future. The other line item I wanted to just point out is the Montana Memory Project line item. We are in the process of completing an RFP to host the platform for the Montana Memory Project, and anticipating that there would likely be an increased cost for hosting that new platform with a new vendor. And that committee is meeting this afternoon to review the responses to the RFP for that platform. Are there any questions about the library development budget as it's presented? One of my questions for you, based on the discussion we just had specifically about the courier, knowing that we might be able to free up about $10,000 or so in the leadership line item, as well as some savings from the OCLC contract. Would it be the recommendation of this group then that we put that money into doing a courier study?
The courier study is not otherwise included in this budget, is that correct?
That's correct.
I would be in favor. A general question. I assume that the commission will have the opportunity to discuss that study.
Yes.
And I wonder if Kara would be available to be at that meeting.
Yes.
That seems likely.
Super duper.
So again, it's not great news about the overall budget. We've not been given direction to cut our budget at this point, but we feel like it's prudent to make sure that the budget that we're planning with aligns with current revenue projections.
Well, it's disappointing that the coal severance tax monies are coming in shorter, but we've been told by analysts on several occasions that this was happening, and that it hadn't happened yet was a miracle. So as you said, Jenny, there's no surprise here. It seems to me this just means we need to redouble our efforts to find adequate funding to meet sufficiently the needs of Montanans.
It looks like most people were saying yes to moving the funding for the courier study. Jody asked if libraries will still receive their per capita this year, and yes, Jody, that is correct. It's not on here because it's a statutory appropriation, but yeah, public libraries should still receive their state aid.
And this budget also proposes keeping the Federation grant funds at the same level they were this fiscal year. Any other questions or discussion about the budget? You've had a long day of a lot of contributions, and I really appreciate that. Hearing none, Is there a motion to recommend this library development budget to the State Library Commission?
I motion that we recommend what you said. Sorry.
Say this budget with the including the career study and reducing the amount of funding for the Leadership Institute for this fiscal year.
Yes, thank you.
That being the Directors Institute for this year.
Yes.
Making whatever adjustments you so feel need.
Okay.
I'll second it. Stacy.
Thanks, Stacy. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Tracy, do you want to talk about some plans for the August retreat?
Yeah, this is a quick one. I was looking for a few volunteers to help me work on the August retreat. I'm guessing, kind of based on our conversation, that it's going to be online. You know, typically our August retreat is where we really talk big picture, we evaluate how we've done, kind of do that type of work. And I would love to have a few of you just help me plan out that agenda. And then we would work with Jenny and Kara to kind of pull something together. So if you are interested in volunteering, you can shoot me an email or you can let me know right now. And that's all I had for that one.
Great. One announcement that I wanted to share, the study for the state library budget, the House Bill 633 study passed by the last legislative session, is continuing. The Legislative Finance Committee and Education Subcommittee, who's conducting that study, has a meeting tomorrow morning online that we'll be participating in, where they'll be talking about next steps for the study going forward. So it'll be really interesting to hear that discussion and get a sense from the committee about what opportunities they see to move forward, given the current concerns with the pandemic and potential impacts to the overall state budget. So that meeting's tomorrow morning, and so hope to know a lot more after that. And then the next meeting of the State Library Commission is on Wednesday, June 10th. That's also online via Zoom. That starts at 9:30. Any other public comment or announcements from the committee?
I did kind of want to give a shout out to a lot of the state library staff. I mean, many of you have mentioned what they've done, but you know, Amelia with her hosting of the weekly COVID-19 meetings and just her humor and cheer, I think has helped a lot of people. Joe and Pam have really stepped up to support the Montana Library Association and offering webinars and kind of switching all of that content. And Kara has been like knee deep in homeschooling her children and going through two different kind of RFP processes. And Jennifer and Jamie have really helped with the MMP engagement. And Pam and Suzanne have also helped with the mobile hotspot deployment and the Gigabit Toolkit. And as many of you mentioned, the MSC staff have tried to think of those things that you might forget so that it's as smooth as possible for your patrons. And I wanted to thank them.
And we're ramping up census stuff again, so everybody.
Yay!
I hear some boxes arrived today. So
yes.
Great. Thanks, Tracy, and thanks to all of our fantastic staff. I also want to do a shout out to Jessica Edwards for all of her work to support the how we're using our data to help us better understand the work that's ongoing. Any other public comment or announcements? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn. We can hang out for just a minute if we want to stop the recording. Thank you all again.
Thank you, guys.